here in the middle.
Welcome back, YouTube. Discord, are we good? All right, we're good. Everybody's back. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, there might be a... Yeah, I think it gave... I'll fix it. The coming soon one. Still running. Yeah. All right, less than an hour for CME. Not a bad idea, Daniel. I know a lot of people that are just kind of pulling back, especially if they're in some profits, you know? Like, take a little bit of these profits and kind of watch to see how this thing plays out. For me, it comes down to when we get to that full recovery. That's why the title of the stream is Full Recovery or just a rescue ship. Right? As bullish as I am, we can't ignore the fact that if we get up to this and we reject, then chances are that this is more of a rescue ship to let you get some money out before a continued dip. As much as I would not like to think of that possibility, we gotta be unbiased. Everybody's glued to the charts right now. Yesterday, before we ended the stream, I asked how many people had been here for the entire 12-hour stream. Put one in the chat, and it was just a wall of ones. Or people saying I left to eat and came back, or I passed out of my desk, but I'm here again. Nah, I'm not bearish. Just trying to make sure that everybody knows what the signs are going to look like if this actually changes. Right? Which goes back to what we were talking about earlier. With our zones here. Right? To oversimplify it, but what you really need to worry about are these two levels. No daily candles with volume closing underneath 1025. No weekly candles closing underneath 1045. Above this box we're bullish. Below this box we're bearish. looking at this candle, now that you have that in mind, looking at this candle, you have to be bullish. Right? But we know when to start turning bearish if we have to. Right? So we're not trapped on one bias. The bear looks too aggressive. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like the bull looked kind of goofy. Like der, and the bear is like, I'll eat your face. And maybe if I give the bull a little size, it'd be more intimidating. I saw it, so boy, I quit, man. YouTube chat is racist against channel owners when it comes to crowns, apparently. They're like, no, not you, anybody but you. Damn, I thought I had a different picture in here.
Did you guys see that footage of Tel Aviv recently, like last hour?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. That shit's up on the TV right now.
Oh, that's like 125 or 150 missiles or something like that.
Somebody in chat was like, they just attacked Tel Aviv. We're going to 50K. They destroyed a nuclear plant. I was like, does that nuclear plant, is it full of Bitcoin miners? Because it's not. I don't know how bad it's gonna be exactly. I was I was surprised to see them hit targets. I'm not gonna lie. I thought most of it would have got shot down and it just be like a show of force. You know what I mean? Like attack on 100, strength on 0. Yeah, DJ, I was saying that too. Looking at some of these videos, it's impossible, bro. It's the same skies over the same cities. Could be 7 different times. Like it could be from a year ago, 2 years ago.
I've seen that as well on the Fox News. It's not old videos, it's the new one. But they played really smart this time, Iranian. They sent about 200 drone along with the 2 ballistic missiles.
Pick what you want to handle.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, my bad. I had a phone call.
You're good, bro.
But yeah, Russia's not too happy about the U.S. stance. Russia's not happy that the U.S. is happy about what Israel did.
Russia needs to worry more about why we helped Ukraine destroy their nuclear capabilities and stop worrying about other people's problems.
Yeah, and I read this article. So the same thing happened. Remember last year, Israel, Iran, 50. We were on the 50 SMA, and we had like an 8% to 10% drop because of the news. Everyone got spooked out of positions. Well, scooped it up and pumped it 80%. And that's what took us to 112,000 or 108,000. Was basically the pivot point was Iran, Israel.
Yeah.
Crazy.
War, man. Like you have that initial oh my god reaction, and then yeah.
And gold got the lift off too, you know.
I might need an intervention when we get to 4K on gold. I'm just gonna say it out loud so I can hold myself responsible. Supposed to be out of this position at 3K, and it just looked way too bullish. So I allowed you guys to let me, talk me into taking some, or not even talk me into. I allowed you guys to hold me to my word that I would take some at 3.3 no matter what, and I did. But there's still a big bag left. And I told you I made that deal with my gold guy. No, I did. I took some. Remember I told you I called my gold guy and I was like, look, you can hit me over the head right now for whatever you want for the gold. I need to get rid of a portion. But when I come back with the rest of it, I want every penny. And since there was such a demand for gold at the time, he made the deal with me, right? So he got me for a good percentage off the gold that I sold. But this next one, oh, I'm hitting him over the head, bro. I want every last cent. But now the problem is the closer we get to 4K, the more I'm like, maybe she can keep going.
Now, after experiences like this, though, wouldn't you rather start leaning towards some? I know it's better in your hand, but just maybe mix it up with some G packs or whatever, some gold that's
like paper gold,
some crypto, or like some crypto gold.
Nah, for me, it's just like my physical gold is something outside of everything to hedge against everything, right? Like diversifying is good, but diversifying into the same asset isn't diversification, right? Like some people think they're diversified because they have Bitcoin, Ethereum, some memes, utility. It's like, yeah, but they're all cryptos. Like as much as I believe in this shit, you have to hedge against being wrong, the unseen, gold is like. But this has been like my longest trade, bro. I've been in this gold trade for, let me see how long now. Over a year.
Yeah, like the PAX G or whatever. I forget. It's like
it's 1 for 1.
Yeah. I think it's with like the Vaults of London or something like that.
I'm gonna tell you what happens. Why I don't like non-physical gold. Remember when they were talking about doing the count at Fort Knox or whatever?
Yeah.
Whenever they have any sort of supply shock issue, right? There's an audit and somebody doesn't, a state or a country doesn't meet what they're supposed to have. You get these fluctuations, which is why I held on to my gold in the first part. Because gold, if we would have gone into Fort Knox and there was a single brick missing, gold would have went up 40 to 50% immediately. But paper gold and derivatives drop. Because when there's scarcity, people want to hold the real thing. So what they do is they take their paper gold and they redeem it. Right? They'll turn it in and they'll redeem it for actual gold. And then that creates more of a run on gold, and then gold pumps even harder. So it's that sort of scenario that I was sort of getting ready for. Look, this is where this trade started.
A real audit though? Like that maybe
no, they didn't do it. They didn't. Man, they didn't.
They were like, all right, well, this is the real audit.
They didn't look at that shit at all, bro. That little red phone rang underneath the presidential desk, and that spooky voice came over the side, the one that no president wants to hear, and told them, chill out. There's reasons why. There's reasons why we don't do this.
And they didn't have official audit since 1950 something, right?
Yeah. Somebody knows how much is in there. Just not us. So yeah, this breakout of this cup and handle. This cup and handle right here was how long this pattern was. I honestly think that metals might be in a super cycle, meaning I think that gold and silver might actually keep riding through all of this, especially with some of the war shit that goes on. I mean, even after this year. But look at how long it took to build this pattern out. Just the cup on the cup and handle. Hold on. Just the cup on the cup and handle was from 2011 until 2020. Just to make the cup.
There's talk that because they got super secure perimeters there. And a lot of people are saying, you know what, it's because they're holding something way more valuable than gold in there. And it's not to keep people out. It's like to keep secrets in. It's not like it's a containment strategy or something. It's something crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, sir, boy, I did spider lines on this because we were at all-time highs here. Right? So we didn't have anything but spider lines and fib extensions. And we've already hit all of our fib extensions. And if we look at the spider lines, look at the gap that we have in the upcoming spider line here. All right, breaking above 347 should bring us to like 37.
There's some pictures circulating from 1974 when they let like a few senators see one vault. I don't know how genuine those are, but they look pretty dope.
And they walked them dudes into a back room somewhere, flashed some shiny shit in their face, gave them a little commemorative Fort Knox gold coin, and patted them on the ass. Y'all gonna get back to Washington now, okay? Appreciate you. Tell everybody we said hi. I mean, you gotta figure a country's gold has probably always been one of the biggest kept secrets, or one of the most well protected, sort of, and one of the most manipulated, and one of the most inflated or underinflated, or so it's not like we're doing anything new.
I think they keep it in Colorado, under the mountains, under the Rockies.
I mean, it's not like it's a bad place to keep it. Like, that shit is literally a fortress, and it's right on the largest marine. It's right on the largest marine base in the country. So aside from all its security and everything, it has 24/7, marine coverage just off of how close they are to the base. Not really the type of place you want to go in and do anything crazy, but I guess it makes sense for a country not to tell you exactly where their gold is. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I feel safer keeping it underground, because even though like a building like that, it's kind of out in the open, no matter how protected it is. Like you saw what just happened in Israel, they got so many missile defense systems, but when you put 125 there, a few of them slip through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm wondering why Elon Musk kind of let go of the gas pedal, because he's the one that pressed the gas pedal on that, and he just kind of pumped the brakes. Like, why? What happened?
Yeah.
It goes to the there's a theory I kind of have of why Trump changed his mind on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, because I think he got a sit down with Treasury and understands the debt crisis that we're in. And, that speaks a lot there too.
Well, he saw the numbers for himself, and his sons were deeply involved in crypto too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think when he was flooding Bitcoin, he was loading up. That's my theory.
But you also have to think about how the SEC was stalling, and there was a lot of things are going on in the last, 10 years. To try to manage the what was how do I say this, left over from 2008 that could come around to haunt, right, in a bigger way. Anyway, there's a lot, who knows, but
Bitcoin's still holding up pretty nice. 105,200. That's a very important level right here. I've been bouncing off this a lot.
all right, Ethereum could kind of fall down through this gap, but it looks like it's going to get taken back up. So low volatility here.
What you're telling about Ethereum, guys?
Well, if it doesn't hold, right here, 2531, and push up now over the. Let me get you there. Where is it? We need to push up over 2540. It can come down to about 2528, and then it could actually fall down further to the 50 below that right here, about 2513. So we kind of need to make this our push over the line, hold this 5 EMA on the 15-minute, and then trade the candles over that 50 EMA. So 2551 is kind of our line we need to cross to the upside.
Understood. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So another question for you, maybe. Now the schedule of the market is like that when the weekends, like Friday, Saturday, on Thursday, there are no ETFs, right? There are only retail players.
I don't think that there are any perpetuals on the ETFs yet, but I'm not positive about that.
What, like call and put options?
In other words, I don't believe that there are any ETFs that are on exchanges that you can trade 24/7, 7 days a week.
No,
No.
no, there's
So they all
not.
fall under the same, you know, CME type trading schedule.
Yes, you can get calls and puts, but not over the weekend.
Right. If that was the question he was asking, I think that's what I understood him asking.
Yeah, you answered me right. And yes, that's for me now. Just oh, what was the word in English? I'm building up questions for you because I need to listen and to get some knowledge from you.
What language do you speak?
Bulgarian. I'm from Bulgaria.
Aha, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm
But,
right next door, Romania.
What? You're from Romania?
Yeah,
Oh, nice. We are neighbors.
yeah. Bulgaria's beautiful. I've been there a few times. Sofia is very nice.
Yeah, we can tell it's nice, but our nature, where their villages are and the monuments are better.
Oh yeah, of course. Varna was nice also. Drove to Varna.
Yeah, Varna is so quiet place, like where there is very polite people and good architecture. And yeah, I remember I was 7 years old when I was in my first competition in Varna because I'm a swimmer. And
Nice.
it was so.
Cool, man.
But you live in America now?
Back and forth. Sometimes I live here, sometimes I'm there. But now I've been in the States more. I'm going back end of the summer, July, August.
Understood. Yeah, for the summer, you better choose your own country.
Christos blessas. Tikanire. Christos blessas. Kala, kala. Malakas. I see. Vlaka malaka. All right, I'll stop. You guys got to stop me because I'll start going crazy with this Greek. But yeah, I'm thinking Bitcoin's going to break out soon and just send. I think we're going to repeat from last year, the move we got when we bounced off that 50 SMA, bang, bang, boogie, woogie. Crypto Cypher Dbloc saying 30 minutes till CME closes.
Okay, Ethereum's almost at our 2551 target.
Yeah, Bitcoin and Doge are getting a little push as well.
Now remember, we want 2562.
I'm back, yo. Yeah, Eric. So what I'm saying is, we can pop up and get this full recovery now, but it has to happen now. Like now, market maker, if you're listening, now. The reason is because when CME closes, we lose our volume for the weekend, and the algos are set to keep prices close to CME as possible, right? As close to where CME closed. So the ease of movement won't be there, and we won't have the volume. What we need is a last push, end of the day before CME closes, hit our target, and then we can worry about setting our trap after. Usually price doesn't move, you know, more than 1% on either side of where CME closes on the weekend. Unless we get abnormal volume, which we've had recently.
Got a nice push coming right here.
You guys, if you use Coinbase, just a heads up, it's doing like some like big overhaul tomorrow for like 5-6 hours. And they have a notification that it may be down between 8 p.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Why they always got to do that when things get spicy?
I know, no, dude. I'm a
Why
little
do
nervous
things
about
gotta
it.
get
Like,
spicy whenever they have planned maintenance, bro? You ever think of it like that?
Ooh,
this one's a major one though. This one's like 6 hours.
You wouldn't have any sarcasm in that.
No, they definitely try to slow the train down whenever they
Yeah,
start
they
to.
do.
Yeah,
Yep. They know when it's coming.
yeah.
I think this one they're adding like perps and stuff potentially. That's what they're saying.
You guys know Coinbase got one of the biggest bags of Bitcoin in the world.
Pappin, if I didn't answer you, it's because I didn't see the question, bro. My bad. I'm doing a bunch of things right now at the same time.
There's a beautiful flat top triangle on Ethereum. Hope we take advantage of.
That's another indicator that I would like send games. Remember I told you about the indicator, my dream indicator? trading view activity indicator that lets you know. It'd be like 0 to 100. Out of 100% of subscribers, how many are on, what chart are they watching, and how long have they been staring at that chart? Right, that'd be like a beautiful indicator. But you just made me think of another one for alerts. Where are the alerts? Where are the most alerts? What coins? Just for mind share, right? See what's holding the most mind share, the most sentiment.
They probably have those metrics.
Oh, they have them in house for sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they probably
Yep,
sell
they
them
do.
to somebody, I would imagine.
Yeah. Yep. And you know, I notice times when TradingView really lags.
Yeah, my lines won't pop up, especially with the liquidation levels. Sometimes it takes them forever to populate. They glitch out. You get that stupid little red exclamation mark up here.
Yep.
Damn, imagine if they're using an indicator just like this liquidity level, but every line is an alert or you know, whatever.
Well, you know that the exchanges probably have something hooked up to some kind of supercomputer, because they make so much money. Oh my goodness, they don't miss a dime, I'm sure.
You get paid in both directions too, so it's like a win-win.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly, Neve. Like, yeah, okay, there's all the liquidity levels disappeared all of a sudden.
Or the best one. Remember that one time when was it Binance that went to zero, or how was that? That candle went all the way to.
Yeah, it went
Oh,
super
I
low. It
can't.
was like a scam wick that went down almost
Yeah.
nothing.
That was on Maxi, I guess.
Nah, it was on Binance US.
It was
Binance
on
US used to
Binance.
have
It was
really bad
it was
liquidity
really
issues.
Oh yeah. The whole way down to zero
There was in October.
on TradingView.
In October on, well, me and Drew used to think about them as like precursor wicks. Not the ones that go to zero or the ones that go up into infinity. But those scam wicks that just go further than normal, but you know, it's like, Like in October, we had a scam wick down that brought Bitcoin to 18K. In October, before the bear market, like when we were still up at 60 something, and we ended up coming down to 15.5. So it's like, little signal maybe for those that know.
And I thought about that more, and I was like, well, could it also be because automated systems, you know, they're not going to decipher whether that's just, you know, a scam wick because, you know, it's not usually a glitch. Somebody's sold a market sell.
Well,
And
I'm lining you
up.
up for a home run here to tell everybody your favorite scam, your favorite precursor wick that hasn't played out yet.
Oh yeah,
the
the
one
Doge.
the one on Doge. Yep.
Doge. What was that?
$1,000.
Yeah, $1,000.
$1,000. Yep.
Scam wick to $1,000 on Doge, man.
What was it on Binance US, right?
Yep. Yeah, Binance US. It's always on Binance US for some reason.
I still have a picture of that.
$1,000, bro.
Yep.
Yo, that's crazy.
Gemini had some crazy wicks too.
I remember Drew used to start his conversations with that. People be talking about Doge, and he could be like, Doge is going back to $1,000, and then he just wouldn't say anything. He'd wait. He'd bait him, wait for somebody to say it, and then he'd slap him with the chart.
Totally. The good old days.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I didn't remember till we said scam wick right now, till we were talking about those Binance. Because recently there was a couple of them recently too. On oh, my brain's gonna fail me here. If I stop thinking about it, I'll remember.
Bitcoin had one too on
Yeah.
Stewie had a few.
recently.
Now there was one just a couple of days before on a Maxi on a trading view chart.
All the way to zero.
All the way to zero, the
Yeah.
BTC.
Dbloc, are you by chance thinking of scam weeks?
No, it's
Damn
wick.
weeks.
Yeah, Mexi is kind of sketch.
7 minutes until CME closes. So chances are what we were saying earlier when I said market maker, hey, this would be nice. That looks like pretty much what we're going to get. 0.5 would be at 0502. We got 7 minutes to close CME, then we'll drop our CME. And we'll watch volume trickle down to nothing.
It almost looks like
I
a
hope
moving
I'm
average.
wrong. But what you're going to see is a lot of black tape, guys. You're watching the tape. This black tape is the worst. 0.05 Bitcoin buys and they're delta neutral, like doesn't move the chart at all. We want to keep at least in the ones or twos. Just to have enough volume to actually move candles. Let's put our volume up too. Yeah. Now, going sideways in a traditional weekend trap up at these levels after we've recovered more than 61% of this dip is not the worst thing in the world, y'all. Because what it means is if we move up after this, if they want to come back down, they're going to have to come back down through that support, right? And the problem is that we V-shaped the first time. We just took the whole recovery back and dipped, and there was nothing left, you know, underneath us to hold us up. So when we came back through it, it was like, you know, warm knife through butter.
Yeah.
We'll wait. I'll wait till CME closes.
But yeah, I'm thinking sometimes algorithms or automated systems might pick those up.
React
I mean, if
to
they're on
them.
finance at least, and some of the scam wicks, and they affect some of the automated trades if they're taking like overall average into consideration, and then the bots like, oh, well, it takes that in consideration without being instructed to
Like it
not take
skews the average. Yeah. Like some places that tell you how far you are from ATH.
Yep.
It could be counting that, yeah.
Yeah, or
Well, they used to
local
try to remember the days of early bots when the bots were dumb, like before AI agents, right? Where the bots were just macros, and people would
just
trigger the
great.
people would try to trigger the bots on Elon's page, or
Yeah.
Elon himself would trigger the bots with certain words.
Yeah, he was testing it. You can tell he was testing it. Sometimes he'd spell like Doge with spaces, and then like I forget how he'd do it. He'd like always try to play little games with it.
Or he'd
He'll
do
show a
something
picture of
stupid
Doge.
and call it like Doji or something, and it's like, no, they're not programmed to that.
Yeah.
Edit.
He's been awfully quiet about those. I like that.
The boss says they're gonna see this as a huge bear flag. Well, we'll track it out, right? We don't have so the thing about higher low fractals or W patterns is when they're at half point, right? When they're halfway played out, they start to build rising wedges just because of the nature of the pattern. Right? Like when we were down here and we were looking at this small W that was right here and we hadn't played this out yet, right? We hadn't got there. We built a rising wedge. Right? Which is bearish. That bearishness from that rising wedge gave us the right side of a larger W. right? So it's just one of those things that's the nature of the pattern, right? Like the nature of a bull flag is that you're gonna get, it's a bullish pattern, but you're gonna get lower highs and lower lows. Right? So yeah, you're right. When you're building W patterns, you want to pay attention to your wedges and your flags. The reason that I say it's until they fully, because every W that builds a rising wedge, the measured move of that W will break that rising wedge or will break that bull flag. Right? So even if this bull flag was, hold on, make it so it's right here. So let's just cut off that wick and say that we've got a perfect bull flag here, right? The measured move of that will invalidate the bull flag. Or at the very least, we'll take it to its very, to its very top. But that's going to be the nature of it. That's the bull bear fight. Right? Bulls are trying to print the higher low fractal. Bears are trying to make it look as much like a bearish pattern as possible so retail won't buy into it. You guys just got here. This is what I'm looking for the week. This is what I'll be focused on. And in my opinion, this is really the only thing to concern yourself with unless you're really heavy in alts. And then you also have to be watching Dom. 104.535. Right? No weekly candles underneath that. That was our weekly support that we held, came back, created our bullish breakout instead of a deviation. That's utmost important that it holds. No weekly candles close below there. No daily candles underneath 102.498. Daily candle underneath 4298 breaks 50 EMA on the daily and opens us up for vector recovery underneath. That's it. Anything else, in my opinion, is noise right now. I mean, if you've got time, focus on whatever you want, but just make sure that you're laser focused on these 2 points.
So macro, what are you feeling other than this like short time period, this area you're talking about? Are you walking the thread, bearish, bullish, or just cautionally optimistic?
I mean, I'm bullish. So if we look at what our fights were over the last 2 weeks, right? Last week, the big fight that we had was I was saying we needed to come down to 100K, but there was only 2 days left in this candle, and we couldn't break these highs right here, right? We would have broke structure if we closed the weekly candle underneath these highs, and that would have been bad. Everybody and their mother would have been pulling up the charts from 2020 when we double topped and comparing them, right? Because that's exactly what happened. And they're still doing it. Even though it's not perfect, they're still doing it like we said they would. So that was yesterday's last war that we won. We came down 100K, we cleared that, and then we closed that candle within 2 days above that line, right? So that was a W for the bulls. But now on a daily, that 50 EMA, right? We already came down and touched it. That was sort of our gold signal that we were waiting for. That's when we flushed to 100. But we can't break that. If we get daily candles underneath this, then it again is going to open up a lot of bearishness.
Yo, is that
I'll
mocap?
let you there. Yes, sir.
What up, mocap?
What's up, Drew? How you doing, bro?
Pretty good, man. Another day, another cryptos.
I hear that. I have a similar trend line drawn up. I don't want to scare you, but if you click on that trend line, if you have it drawn up like I do, if you do the extend left, I've been calling this the bull run stopper.
Yeah, it goes all
because
the
you'll
way
see this is
down
where our last,
to. Yeah, it goes all the way down to the first. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen that.
the first bull run.
Yeah. You got to take it off a log. It doesn't work on log. And then you run it from here. Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen people bring that up. Interesting.
It's definitely a little scary. Yeah, it's definitely a little scary when you look at that. And
yeah, it's interesting. We would have hit that line at about, well, depending on how many weeks it took, 116, something like that. But it's not very common that you see people do macro TA off of log because of how skewed things get with the, So I have seen it, and I saw it from a macro guy, but it's not a very well followed line. In other words, I don't think that there's any technical reason for it. If it was to work, it would be because people work it. So the more people looking at this line, like the more effect it would have. But yeah, I mean, you can't argue that it was spot on last year. Although last year the line didn't exist, right? Because you need the touches.
Because because that last bull run, it kind of tapped that line a couple of times,
Oh, okay. Smaller time frames or something.
No, on the daily, I think I have it drawn up a little differently,
I have it on
the
monthly right now.
Yeah, I'm sharing my chart if you just want to check it out real quick.
Yep.
Switch to weekly just so we can see it a little bit better. I like drawing out like areas of resistance just to account for wicks. Oh, let me get rid of this indicator. I'm sorry. So first bull run, second bull run with our blow off top. And here it's been respecting it pretty well too.
Yeah. No, it's definitely interesting.
But we are getting kind of like further confluence. So that area you were talking about, I have this drawn up as an area of support from from this move right here. Call this an area of support from our first top back in January, December-ish.
Did you look at the SPY weekly?
I'll look at it right now. Yeah, no, I like it, Mocha. I like it.
Yeah,
it is spooky.
Like how I'm, yeah, for sure, and like how I'm feeling like you. If we break that 104 to like 103 area, I think we could. And obviously this EMA, I think our real next support is 89 to 85. We got some EMAs and other consolidation there, but I feel like this is the next big area we can go after.
Yeah, it's definitely important that we hold. It's going to be week 2 now of these crucial moves, right? Like I said last week, closing that weekly candle where we closed it, it just made a huge difference on the macro chart. But I guess that's what it's like when you're breaking all-time highs, right? Every week is important.
Exactly. But it does look like it could possibly have one more move up here. Like the dailies aren't fully. Oh, actually, the daily is looking not the best. Maybe we can get a bounce off of here. But yeah, that's just what I was looking at. Kind of scary. It's like a little triple top projection so far on this, just from this area, but also in the macro sense on that angular. But yeah, I'm definitely sitting on my hands now. I made a couple of shorts the last couple of days, but you know how the weekend likes to do its own thing.
Yeah.
So I'm even looking for maybe a possible run back up to this 109 area, and we can over the weekend, try to make a push up back to this area of resistance. But yeah.
Would the 89.90 coincide with? Because I know you're pretty, or used to be big on Elliott wave, right? Would that still coincide with your Elliott wave?
Yeah. There's a couple of ways to look at this. This could be a 5-wave structure right here. We could try to make an argument that this is a 5-wave structure, or this is a 1, 2, and this is a whole wave 3. This could be a double top projection. I counted this macro as a 5-wave pattern.
So if you're looking at it kind of like a conservative, would you say the drop coincides more with your Elliott wave, or would you say a pump right now, like after this next move?
Well, like if we go into I'm gonna say, just looking at this time space, I think it's pretty tough right here. If I were to guess just without having any recollection of what happened before, if I'm going from right here, I would think that we have one more leg up. Like this is a wave 1, this is a wave 2, and this is all a wave 3. Let's see, 1 second. Since
now,
we
what
had
if you
a
used
short
wave 1 though?
here,
What if you used wave 1 as the start of the bull run from like 15K?
so I have that drawn up here from before.
Because that would be conservative to say, like that would be kind of the somewhat macro wave 1, right?
Yeah. So, so you're saying that this is all a wave 1?
Well, at least to the first pivot point, maybe.
Okay. Yeah. So this is how I had it drawn up before: wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, and then wave 5. There could be an extension going on here. I don't know much about extensions, but after this happened, I knew that we were going to have a deep retracement. That's where we got our 75 retracement and got caught by this EMA. But this could be an extension, or we could be going into it could be a brand new world where this is a whole new bull run happening, but this is a macro wave run.
Now you're talking my language.
But as of right now, yeah, that could happen. But goddamn, we had a hell of a run up. It's pigs got slaughtered. Went from 15K to 111. That's a hell of a bull run, and we still haven't seen a real out run yet. So maybe a pullback and some good movement on ETH.
We haven't seen an alt run.
That's what the doctor paid for.
We haven't seen the U.S. start to stimulate yet. There's still money on the table.
We go down slowly. And meet this. You can't really. This is not a real defined channel, but that was our bottom before. Let's see. Maybe we could go down and meet this eventually, and then bounce back up. It's nothing wrong with retracement. It's fucking healthy, and that's why crypto is able to get these monster returns, because it retraces. It retraces hard every fucking time. Every bull run, we have a 0.786. Oh, sorry about that. Every bull run, we have a 0.786 retracement. I don't know if I went over this before in this channel, but 0.786 deeper. I'll go over this one. 0.786, pretty much right on the nose, our last one. There's nothing wrong with retracement, and that's what, like I'm saying, allows us in crypto to get these monster returns, because it has to retrace to pump up. If we went from 69K right to this 112K, well, that's not even double. We need these retracements for Bitcoin to do its thing. So yeah, I don't want to get too much bearish sentiment. Accused of
nah, it's all good. It's good to balance everything. Good to have a balance of everything. My thing is timing. For the market to be over now, we have a lot of explaining to do on where all of this liquidity is going. Because if we're not even halfway through our M2 climb and the US hasn't started to stimulate and we are going to top out here, then what risk asset is all of this liquidity going into? It goes into ES, that's going to push Bitcoin. It's not going into real estate this close to the top of the real estate cycle. It's not going into bonds with the bonds as screwed as they are. A lot of money yet to be allocated. So I don't know. With
Yeah, but
me,
I also
I
have a hard
really,
time.
I really err heavily on time when it comes to the cycle.
100%. I just have a hard time believing all these big boys are going to get in this high up. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense.
Well,
I
I mean,
think
if the
Michael
projection,
Michael Saylor's been buying the tops for 8 years now, and now he's
yeah,
got
and he's
everybody else on board
he's
with his Bitcoin standard.
if we got projections of 1.5 million, I mean, Kathy Woods, I know she's a little extra
No, she's
spicy
out of there.
bullish,
She's always putting
but she
sauce on
does.
it, bro. She puts way too much sauce on it all the time.
But that still shows perspective. Like, even with that kind of sauce for that kind of person that has that kind of credibility, that means, like, 250K is not that far fetched.
It's not. I agree.
I'm looking minimum.
250K
I'm
is
looking
far
minimum
away.
minimum 150 is where I'm at.
Yeah, 150 to
you
180,
know what's
and then we can have an expansion up from between 180 and 200 for sure, and even top the 300 area. It just depends. It depends on the adoption, and it depends on the speed at which they can roll it all out. But
and
that may not
the
happen for
US dollar.
like might not happen for a couple more years, but it could be definitely around around the corner.
It's funny also too. I saw I think you guys all know Qui-Gon. Um, he showed me a chart. I had him look up a chart for me of how the Bitcoin's actually been performing compared to the US dollar. It's like, you know how the US dollar has lost 25% of its buying power just in the last couple of years, Um, if we look at that, how Bitcoin's been compared to the US dollar with its degrading buying power, we barely broke all-time highs. Just another interesting thing I saw. I wish I had that chart. I can look for it.
Like inflation
That's
adjusted.
Zeus's favorite argument.
Yes.
That we never got a double top in the
It's
last bear
crazy.
market because 64 Bitcoin was worth more than 67 Bitcoin or 69 Bitcoin. To your point, since 1913, the US dollar has lost 96.23% of its value. By the dip? Or like a dead coin, huh?
Buying the dip on the US
I'm
dollar.
not buying the dip on that shit.
So with that trajectory, provided the Bitcoin doesn't get cancelled or destroyed, and that fiat doesn't change its stripes, like Bitcoin's going to $1 million. It's just a matter of time. You know what I mean?
DJ said it earlier in the chat. If it doesn't go to 0, it's going to $1 million.
Yeah, it's just it's laid out before it, man. Your fiat's dying or devaluing.
Our concern is what
Bitcoin,
happens in the next 5 months, though. Let's be clear. The future is bright.
Yeah.
We all know that. But yeah, we got 4 or 5 months left, maybe, before we get those corrections that we all look forward to.
Yeah, I subscribe to the 4-year cycle thing, but I'm also I reserve a part of my mind like thinking, oh, it might, abandon that cycle that we're expecting. There could be something bigger or worse. Like, we don't know. But for now, it is the best we got. Yeah.
What's up, Rick?
Yo, what's up, MoCat? I'm just waking up.
All right. Well, CME closed right in the middle of that range we were talking about. Spark up the old Xbox or whatever you guys do to keep yourselves entertained, because it's about to get boring, in my opinion.
Oh, we could keep it feisty in here if you really want. I'll pull out the board games. But yeah, Rick, you didn't sound like you for a sec, but I guess you're just waking up. I was like, that's not Rick.
Yeah, waking up. Just waking up.
You sounded like Fly a little bit.
Ah, yeah.
That's racist.
I can feel. I feel like I'm getting a sore throat. Oh, it's the worst, man.
Nah, you sound under
hate
the
that.
weather. I could tell.
Yeah,
Need a
man.
little honey. And
Yeah, I
some
need
vitamin.
honey.
What did you
Yeah.
call him?
I said he needs a little honey.
Oh.
Are you okay, honey?
Rick was getting extra love because he was sick.
Hey, I need it.
I tried that honey shit.
You know,
didn't work.
You know what, BJ? So do I. So do I.
Oh, good.
What up, Kwai?
Hey.
Yo,
What up? What up,
Kwai,
yo?
can you share that chart that you showed me before? The one of the
It's
Bitcoin
actually
price with the.
It's an indicator. It's like go on the Bitcoin chart and go to indicators and type in adjusted with Fred CPI, or adjusted to CPI by Fred or something.
All right, I'm about to
And
check it out
it
now.
should
'Cause
come.
I was just telling the guys about that. Sorry for cutting you off. That chart that you showed me, it's like super interesting.
Yeah, I forget exactly what it's called, but it's like adjusted with Fred CPI or something like that.
Guy Fred is a dick.
What does it
US
stand
market
for again?
real value
Federal Reserve?
adjusted.
Is it like Federal Reserve like educational department or something weird like that?
What was that again?
What I just said?
Yeah, the indicator.
Fred CPI, what?
Fred is like, oh, the indicator is called adjusted with Fred CPI, or it's something like that. But I don't know, I forget what Fred stands for. It's Federal Reserve something.
Federal Reserve economic data.
Federal Reserve economic data.
Yeah. Why we say we hate Fred.
Oh, all right.
Fred reports are the ones that always do us up.
Fred. Yeah, screw Fred.
That's a dick.
The major dick.
End the Fred instead of end the Fed.
Well, it's just economic data. And apparently a hell of a lot is dependent on it.
You might be able to drag that MoCat onto your candles.
Yeah, just drag it across and sit it on top. Or you can drag your candles down to the...
Yeah, Guys, you're asking a lot of old Mocat. He barely knows
Nah,
how to use
just
a computer.
just literally put your mouse on the line and
And
left
then
click,
drag it.
hold it, and then just swipe it down into the next window. Like if you
I
were
just double clicked on it.
swiping on Instagram.
Yeah,
or
that
something.
works. Now release.
Oh,
Yeah, and now change it like to a bright color so you can see it. I reckon. Maybe.
yeah. This, yeah. This is not how it looked before the one he did.
All right, yeah, like all I did, Mocat, was I just double clicked when the indicator was in its own pane. So the indicator has to be in its own pane, and then you just double click on it, and it brings it up like full screen, and you can draw trend lines and stuff on it, and fib levels and everything.
That's kind of right there, I guess.
If you look on
Just
the chat there, I put the directions of what you need to do for the Fred indicators. And you want some popular ones, I can give them to you.
It's okay. I think I'm over it already. I was just trying to share with you guys, but I just felt really stupid. I'm gonna get out of here. See you guys.
You're good, bro. I just figured out how to use shortcuts on TradingView, bro. You're good.
I just feel like the middle schooler who just peed his pants in front of the whole class.
I've learned how to use shortcuts like 6 times now, and I forgot, and I still don't.
Oh, I've looked at the list a million times and had all types of plans and, saw my future all organized. But yeah, in one ear, out the other. W Super Chat. Appreciate you, Mike. Yeah, we hit that 5K yesterday. We had a good stream yesterday.
Nice.
So let me just say something. Although I understand how you might feel, I mean, that comment was kind of hitting me, where you feel like the middle schooler or whatever, whatever he said. But to think of it this way, there's a lot of people that have no clue about anything that you just said. You just opened a door to help somebody that may not have even known that any of that existed. So, your question may have just helped someone in a big way. So don't feel like a silly person for asking something, ever. That's from the teacher speaking.
Hey.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And you know what? Like as scary as like some macro lines are, resistances and trends do break up and down. You know what I mean? But yeah, it is concerning seeing a big like macro price stopper of a trend line.
That's why I try to just break it down to first principles. What moves price? Right? What moves price is somebody being forced to buy higher than somebody else. We need liquidity for that. We need volume for that. How's the liquidity look, and how much time is left in the liquidity cycle? And then, like I said, I'm not opposed to Bitcoin going down, but then we have a serious question: where's the money go? Because we're not just going to stop trading because right. If this happens, that means that there's going to be a large influx of money concentrated in another sector somewhere else. It'd be the only thing that would keep price from continuing to go up. It also means that the stock market doesn't continue to go up, because if S&P and Nasdaq go up, they're going to drag Bitcoin up whether it wants to or not, just because of the risk appetite, right? So there's just a lot of one, we have to kill sentiment. We've got to go risk on where people are risk off where people are like, we're going into defensive plays. World War III is a good one, right? That's that would do it. Just to throw it out there as possibilities. So there are things that could make that play out. If it wasn't, if we were in August, September, October right now, I think it'd be a lot stronger argument for maybe a very muted top here and then it rolls over. But there's just too much time left and too much money flowing still. And then we haven't even started stimulating yet. And I'm only talking another 45K up from here. Like I'm really, at that point, I would be much more open to the argument.
Yeah. Yeah, like continuation's not off the table yet either. We're still above 100,000. We're still, you know.
Did you see this chart? This macro chart here?
Yo,
Look at it for a
Dbloc,
second,
so
because look at this last candle. Your bullishness, in my opinion, and then this is just my opinion, the way you feel about the market should be directly tied to the price action in this candle. For us to continue, we have to close the weekly above 104.5, and we can't close any dailies underneath 102.5. Those are our two no-goes. That sends us down into mid-90s and maybe lower. Knowing that that is our sort of playing field, right? Those are our metrics. Look at this last candle. But it's almost as bullish as you could get going into this environment, except for if it turns green, and it's about to. Or at least like it looks like it's about to. Right? So that means the burden should probably be on the next candle. We do have, well, this candle's going to close in like 2 hours. But tomorrow's game is going to be bullish engulfing. Right? For the most part, we're going to put in these pin bar candles. Our next candles need to be bullish engulfing candles, and then we can start to maybe sighing a little bit of relief. But that's it, really. Like, this is, in my opinion, the only thing that's important right now. And I'm a macro guy. I'm somebody who looks at everything, but this is very, very important for the next 2 weeks. And on a daily, meaning like we have to watch every daily candle that we get no daily candles underneath the 50.
I noticed there was a really interesting macro structure on the S&P 500, just the SPY index, right? It's got like a lot of harmony. The harmony breaks down as soon as you start looking at the Nasdaq, though, because it's like the heights are all different. But it's really interesting to see that the height of the SPY from the COVID low to the bull market high of 2021 is the same height as the inflation crisis low of 2022, all the way up to our current all-time high. It's the same height. It's like a one-to-one extension.
Actually, I've been trying to see if I can get Dbloc to take a look at this, but I was looking at the SPY, right? And if you look back to, and I basically just like
Looking at what? Sorry,
dip
I missed that.
at the SPY.
Okay, yeah, I got it pulled up.
And then if you go all the way back to 2018, I just basically labeled like every major dip that we had in the SPY since 2018. Like that first one comes in, and the first one honestly looks like the one that we just had like a couple months ago. That first one comes in 2018 around December. That's the Trump tariff dip. And then we rallied, and then it was the black swan COVID, and then it was a straight rally up. It looks like that's where we're at right now. We have the tariff dip, and we're gonna rally into a black swan somewhere.
All right, look at my chart, because it goes along with what you're saying. I want you to see something.
Oh yeah, the recheck of the 2021 bull market is the tariff dump. Yeah, man.
So you said every candle since 2016?
I was just looking at 2018.
All
That's
right,
that was the tariff dip.
let's go back to 2016. Right, because you were talking about how you had the news for each bottom, right? Look at our mean reversions on the monthly to the 50 EMA. Every major bottom on the monthly has been a mean reversion. And every major bottom on the monthly has had massive news events attached to it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But they
That's
have
a
all
monthly
been
EMA, the 50?
Yeah, but they have all been technical retracements to the 50 EMA on the monthly. And we just got our last one recently.
Yeah. And look at the precision of how, I mean, maybe it's not to the pixel, but that tariff dip touched the top of the 2021 bull market, like, and found support off it. That's pretty incredible, the harmony there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up and to the right,
and then
man.
the black swan was the COVID, which made a new low. It was like that was like a
Yeah.
true black swan.
Yeah. Look at the reaction of this candle off of this 50 though. Like we're
Yeah.
far away from it now, but when we were coming down here, I mean, and this is a monthly candle. This still has 17 days left, which means this could very well go
That's
green
insane.
doji stopping volume candle in 17 days. Yeah, I'm
so
looking up me
that
personally
candle's still being formed.
in the next 6 months, personally I'm looking for about 20% on legacy.
Yeah.
And then they top, and we top, real estate tops, everybody tops. Then everything gets cheap for us. And then we buy the world at a discount.
Hey there, Dbloc. I have a question and I would like to hear your opinion on that. It's still in regards to crypto, but didn't you ever thought of, for example, I don't know if you have the knowledge or not, but to create an AI system or AI script that basically checks all the patterns and predicts the current patterns that are actually happening in real time and spits out the most likely prediction
They
based
have
on
them.
statistical. Yeah, I know,
They
but didn't you think of doing it yourself?
Yeah, but the problem is that it's so what I'm doing now is I'm starting to try to train an AI. The first step to that is going to be to train an AI agent. The reason that the current AI chart pattern shits don't work, and it's not that they don't work, they'll give you every single pattern on the screen, but
Yeah.
they have no context, they have no experience, right? They have no way to reason what looks good versus what doesn't look good. They can't cross check. So the way to do it is you have to train an AI agent, and you basically train it like a kid. Like you have to give it everything you know, all your experiences, literally everything. And then you can use that AI agent to run some sort of indicator or something like that. Yeah. Raul Paul is the one that got me into it. He trained his up really cool, and it was kind of spooky listening to him talk to it.
Okay. Interesting.
But yeah, I have thought about it. But what you're really asking me is to build my replacement, bro.
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of dark.
Nothing can replace this. AI cannot replace this channel. There's no way. There's too much diversity.
No, not the chart, but the movements, the let's say based on experience, an AI can audio human 1,000,000%.
Yeah.
So if you give it enough data, it can basically recognize patterns before they actually create.
The one part I think that's going to be difficult, and I think it's where we have an edge, and I'm pretty sure it's where I have my edge, is not really as much pattern recognition, but sentiment analysis. So much of this is emotional. I don't know if AI can replicate those You know what I mean? Like as a human, I feel the emotional cues, the same emotional cues that retail feels, and I counter trade those, right? I use it as an indicator, that intuition that you built in after a certain amount of, hours put in or whatever, mastery hours or whatever they call it. But I don't know. I'm ready to be surprised. I'm sure AI is going to pull off some shit that we couldn't expect.
I bet you Grok could do some pretty good trading running off of Twitter.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because, for example, I was thinking out loud and not giving too much information about it. I was thinking of using a consensual model basically to aggregate all the data and send it in real time to 3 or 4 AIs, for example, ChatGPT to Grok and also to Claude, get a prediction from them, enter it into the consensus model, get a statistical overview over what each model thinks based on their experience and the data that you feed in, and then get a prediction for the next, I don't know, maybe 15, 20, 30 minutes, one day, 1 week. Yeah, I know it's a complex thing to make it all work,
Listen,
but
I went. Remember, I told you there's a journey that you go on in crypto, which is to find the perfect indicator. And usually we go through it early. The problem I'm having now is that I already got that shit out of my system, and now we have AI. And there's that thing, just like you're saying, there's that thing in the back of my head that maybe is like, damn, maybe that was the missing piece. Because there is no perfect indicator. There really isn't. There is
yeah, of
no
course, there's no
indicator that
perfect
works in
indicator. Yep.
every situation, at every point of the market. There isn't. So yeah, I mean, maybe, maybe that opens up the wall. Degen, yeah, you have a bit of a bearish channel here. We were talking about it earlier. You're always gonna have bearish channels as you're building W fractals out until you pop. So that's why we're watching the bottom of it, right? The break of that would be the break of this downtrend, or the break of this uptrend. Sorry, I just didn't want to clutter the chart with it.
Dbloc, you were saying about sentiment, right, and AI. So, like, I think AI actually does a really good job at sentiment in other areas, like especially if you query it. But the problem is that the models are pre-trained. Most of the models are pre-trained, and many models have the ability to check data in real time. So in the trading world, we could all have our charts, we could all have our sentiment, and then Trump just goes and drops a bomb on TikTok or frickin' Twitter. And AI can adjust to that. The problem is that whenever you break outside of the pre-trained model, it's expensive. So like none of these, like the really good traders are going to be used ones that are paid subscription services and not pre-trained. Like you could easily get a pre-trained model and run it on your PC, right?
Yeah.
And you can train it all day. You can take snapshots of the S&P, or you could or the Dow or whatever, and train it and say, give me, a reasoning model, and all of that will work perfect in a normal environment where there's not outside external,
in a vacuum,
whatever.
Yeah.
And then when he tweets and says, oh, the tariffs are zero or whatever.
Yeah. And then accounting for the nonsensical reactions, right? Like humans do a lot of shit that makes absolutely no sense.
Absolutely. That's why it took so long for many of the reasoning models to even have the web search option. Because you ever watch like a reasoning model, if you take the down caret and you drop down and see everything it's thinking, a lot of times you'll see it say searching the web for blah blah blah. Well, that searching for the web section, that its function that it's doing, is literally GPU intensive and uses other resources not related to AI.
Got it.
Oh, Betty's trying to push. Can she do it? Come on, give me that push. The Dogecoin can push.
Yeah, we're still trying to test the mid range on ETH2 to see if we can get out of this bottom half of this range. Decent reaction off the bottoms, but we're still fighting on the 4-hour. Trying not to get too micro on this because it really just looks like a bear flag when you zoom in. But that would take Bitcoin to also take a little dive. I'm just drawing this for academic purposes. I don't want anybody to freak out right now. That's what we don't want to do, unless you just haven't bought enough ETH. But it's in the chart, which means getting above this 50 EMA is basically non-negotiable. ETH can't afford a rejection off this 50 EMA on the hourly. Right, that 50 is going to come down and swoop down like this. If ETH comes up and rejects off that daily, then you're going to have to worry about it breaking the bottom of its flag. We'll be having a different conversation. But Bitcoin does not look like it's in the mood to poop on any parties just yet.
All right, I'm signing off. Happy trading. Thank you, Dbloc, for sharing. Appreciate you.
Take it easy, brother. Appreciate you. Galactic said time for ramen. No, I'm not saying ETH is going down. I'm just trying to stress the importance of us staying in this range. Right? These ranges that we're in right now, these levels that we're in are crucial. Right? We had that sigh of relief because we came out of the bad place last week. Well, now it's time to show and prove.
And the scariest thing is you are in the center of the bearish flag. That's
Oh, it's time to feed the cats. You guys know what that means. I'll be right back.
Yeah, this area of confluence right here from that uptrend, the 50 and the top of the flag is going to be pretty important to watch. Yeah, it came off a really big drop. That's not where you want to build bearish channel. Yeah, whether it's a wedge or a flag, the important thing is if it breaks its bottom. Pause.
And everyone gets liquidated again.
Not everybody. Well, good news is since CME closed, we've been in an uptrend, right? There doesn't seem to be too much of a pull. We're not really just, when the algo is overwhelming, you'll just do this around CME. So we are able to pull away here. This green line that we're looking at is our all-time high downtrend. Right? That's a downtrend that we've been under the whole time. Getting above that would be yet another macro sign that we've recovered the dip. But our true recovery comes in above 1066. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's leave no gap this week. Like if we're gonna go up, we go up, cool, come back down, whatever. But last thing I want to do is pump to like 110 and then have a damn CME gap at 105K again. So you almost need to root for the boring weekend. Like this last action here at the end of Friday is kind of all I want to see. Honestly, I don't even want it to retest the full recovery. That 800 EMA is right there. It's going to. We'll take it now. I just don't want the market to read this as a rejection of full recovery when it's really just that we got too far away from CME. You get what I mean? Like it'll affect sentiment. All the TA guys will be like, "That's it. We hit the SR flip and we rejected. It's over."
You could root for it in a way, kind of like, all right, you root for it for the scalp because you know you're gonna have to revisit, you know, and it's like, yeah, all right, you got to go. It takes time to get to the ultimate goal, but that
105 ain't horrible, I guess. I just don't want to go too far. You know what I mean? Like 106, 107 back to 105 ain't shit. 115 back to 105, and now, yeah, it's like,
but he's trying to break this little local resistance here.
Yeah, we're gonna push it. Should get the target by dinner, hopefully, if it pops. Our psychological high will be our next sort of bullish trigger here, 105.8. But just remember, anywhere above this line, we've recovered that dip from our original dip, not the one that we just had, right? Our one that we just had, we got to get above 106.6. But our dip from all-time highs.
Can I ask you what is psychological high and low?
Yeah, the psychological high and low is set on Saturdays. It's the high and low candle of the range from Saturday at 5 until Saturday at 2 in the morning. So tomorrow we'll set another range. But basically, price revisits that range during the week. Like, look, if we come to where... So this is where we set our psychological high and low. Right, on Saturday. Once we set it, anytime we left it, we came back to it. Even when we popped out, we had a full mean reversion back to it. And then we overextended that drop. And then now we're back to it again. All the alts made their trip to their psychological ranges. It's a reversion, just like your 50, just like your daily open. Right, it's a spot on the chart that the market maker likes to revisit. Your daily open, the way that we look at the daily open and we expect to revisit the daily open before we get a new daily open, is how you look at the psychological ranges, but for the weekly. Right, on a bigger scale. So daily mean reversion goes to the daily. Intraday mean reversion, 50 EMA. Weekly mean reversion, psychological range. Like a magnet.
So it's like an average line where...
Basically, it's the average range of Saturday. And market makers use that to either move towards or from, but that's their base point, right? That's like where the plays are set.
And now you put it in this price tag. But for example, if we hit 150,000 on BTC, how you will be able to put the psychological charts? Like you need to
It resets every week. It resets every week. It's the high and low from Saturday at 5 o'clock Eastern to Saturday till Sunday morning at 2 o'clock. The high and the low is what sets that psychological range. It's not, we're used to talking about psychological levels like 100K, 50K, like round numbers. That's different. This is a specific range, psychological high and low, that has a metric, right? It's not just because it happens to be a round number or like an agreed upon number. So if we go to 150K, whatever price is on Saturday, for most of the day, it'll set that range.
Oh, okay, get it. That's
Yeah.
makes sense. Very big. Thank you.
Yeah, just like how the daily open resets every day. Same thing.
Where are we looking to where would we want to get to on Bitcoin now to have a good recovery?
You want a full recovery of the dip that we just recently had? You want to get above 106.6. If we get above the line we just rejected from, that gives us a full recovery from our macro drop at from 112. So it steps, right? But getting
Yeah, I mean,
above
what's a good bullish?
106.6, getting above 106.6, and none of this war shit, mean reversion to the CME, none of that shit ever happened. We're back where we were, up here above this range. And
So
all of
can I?
this here just ends
Yes,
up
yes.
another one of these right here, right? Had a dip, full recovery. Everybody was scared. The planet was on fire. People were, yeah. But we got to prove it still.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about I know you've talked about how you're gonna sell most of your positions in like around that November, October
Yeah.
mark. When do you start seeing? I know you cannot predict, of course, but with ETH, especially because obviously most money, in my opinion, is made in with alts during when ETH starts really rallying and stuff. When do you see ETH starting to move? Like, do you see any patterns in the charts
I
on a
mean,
breakout
we're
incoming?
holding a decent range. We had a breakout, what could have been a breakout, right? We were watching this, trying to figure out if it was going to come back into the range. I was saying our bullish momentum would have been if we held that support and then turned this into an actual breakout, but we didn't, right? We broke under. So it's a deviation. When you deviate, you come back to the bottom of the range. We did that. So now our main job is to get over this uptrend. 260. You got to get over that 50 EMA, that 200 EMA, that uptrend, and you need to break the top of this bear flag. Because as of right now, you're in a bearish channel. And the measured move isn't pretty. So let's ignore this because we don't have to worry about that yet. This is the focus. This needs to break. And you need to start turning that 50 EMA into support.
So when the 50 EMA comes below the price tag, it means that we have support.
Yeah, I mean, it means that you have bullish momentum at least, right? It means that your current candles are doing better than your average 50, but more importantly, it means that the mean reversion is over, right? So now you need to have your expanse away from the 50, right? Things move towards and away from mean. I almost wish that, I always say this, I almost wish that EMAs were a straight line. Because if EMAs were a straight line, you would see that, like, let's say that's your 50 EMA. You would see that what I mean by price reverse to the mean is as it comes away, right, it'll pull back and then it'll overcorrect and then it'll pull back. And then you'll really start to lose, if there's no volume, you'll lose momentum and then you'll start building symmetrical, that's how you build your patterns or whatever. But if you look at, just taking that in mind and you look at the price, it's that mean reversion there that's important. moving away from that 50, coming back to it, getting away from the 50 again, coming back to it, which is fine. What you don't want is that bearish rejection, right? You don't want to come to your 50 and then do that, because that means that your lows are in danger. And if you take out your lows, then now you're in a downtrend with your 50 above you. Right? What you want to do is crawl above it so that you can get back into this section. Right? You want to get back into this part where you're pulling away from your 50.
Right. So as you make your 50 like this in purple, this means the 50 is the most important indicator, or?
Well, yeah, but it also has a cloud on it. This specifically has a cloud that runs off a couple of deviations off of the ATR. So it's like a bit of a volatility indicator. Like when it's really fat like this, then you've got tons of volatility. When it gets really skinny, you have, contracting
Yeah,
volatility. The more important
it's
is just the line itself. But yeah, that there are some times where you go up for the retest and you don't get the complete 50. You'll bounce off of one of the deviations.
Roger that. So can I use this indicator too, or it's your own?
Yeah, no, you can. It's on TradingView. It's TR main, Traders Reality main. And if you go into the Discord and education, I believe that I posted my settings for it somewhere.
Yeah, but I need to buy first the premium version of TradingView.
I don't think so. I think you can get it on the free version if I'm not mistaken.
I mean that in the free version I can use only two indicators.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, for
If
sure.
you want, you go to Coinalyze,
They're not gonna
coinalyze.net.
have the indicator he needs there. He's talking about Traders Reality.
Oh, Traders Reality now.
Yeah, they don't have the vectors there. I checked last time you mentioned that. I went to go check it out to see what it was like. It's cool. For most people, it's gonna be more than enough.
Yo, is Coinalyze like TradingView but free?
It's a little bit different, because you got the order book too with Coinalyze.
Let me check it out.
It looks like an exchange layout,
I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
but yeah, it's giving you data. Pretty dope. I use it a lot.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
So if you go to like their advanced charts, like if you go to coinalyze.net/Bitcoin/USDT/Binance/price chart live, that's going to give you like the proper. I don't even know how to get there through the menu, but that's just like the URL I got. I'll be right back. Big bad's coming in. Big bad's coming in. Watch out.
Okay, everybody that's been watching ETH, we are now over my target, 2562. Need to climb up here, break this curve. That would be 2576. And then the upward angle over there is 2585. Then we're going to face some resistance coming from the 5-minute or the 15-minute 200 EMA and the 800 EMAs that are above that. But breaking this 2562 and closing candles over and above that is very important. And if you'll notice here on this 15 chart, you have a nice W pattern. And then we now, as soon as we can close up over this, you'll see that the 5 EMA should surpass its dip. And that dip is just underneath 2562 here. So we want follow through from the 5 EMA. And then we also want the rest of the EMAs to come all the way up through here, so we can have the gusto to grab that 200 and the 800 up there.
So what's the chance of this level 2562 to retest some below price?
It can, because you have descending 200 MA right here. So if we don't close up above this and then begin to trade our candles, you know, with bottoms over 2663, then and hold this ascending angle on the right side here, then we can swing down right here and then retest this ascending angle, which that break at 256.30, right? And so then you could fall underneath that line, which would turn our 50 EMA over. So instead of having an upward ascending move, we would then start curving down underneath these fibs, and we would fall below this line here, which would be 2490. But we're doing pretty well here. So that's the reason why it's bullish too, is because this is the daily the top of the daily chart. So here comes that daily time frame right through here. So if we can cross over the Williams alligator, here's price right here. Let me put the candles. So see how the bottom of the candle, the body of it is at 2562. If we make that the bottom, and then the new candle will open up above where we're at right now, and then we continue to trade on this angle going this way, this trajectory, and not fall below here, this railroad tracks, right? Then you're ascending towards having a structure over the 5 EMA right here on the daily, and then the 800 is at this level, which is about 2511. So we would be pushing this forward this way on the daily now. Okay, so we want our activity to be rising and moving along this upward angle, following the curve this way, and not doing a fishtail. Okay, so if I drew a line, let's see, like this, brush, and just go like that. Basically, you know, that's a squiggly But anyway, you get the picture. Instead of ascending this way, we fishtail down, and we test then the, I have to take it off the brush. This will be the 200 EMA right there. And then you can come under that 50 MA. Remember, we marked this. This was from the daily 50 MA. We said, you know, that's going to be moving up through along with this. So if price can come up here, then you're going to see a rise and support. But this is going to be a little bit of a, you know, an area to watch, because you might find that we have a straddling candle, you know, straddling right through here, instead of, you know, getting a burst up and hitting this target right away. So that's why we need to watch what happens here. So it might be kind of interesting to see how we play on that that little curve I just made, because it actually, you know, can keep your mind at that spot down there.
Right. So now if our 5 EMA is under the price, going with the price, we are on bullish momentum.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I'm good. I'm proud of myself. I'm a little by little getting you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So we're almost, the 5 EMA is almost crossed the point at which it fell. Let me change that. Yeah, here it's right here. So you see how it's got a little bit more to go. It needs to come up to this level right there, 2561. So we want that 5 EMA to follow price up. We want to break this angle and move. The farther we can move up here in a line on a vertical to get this level, this would be more bullish. But because of
Right,
that down,
right to the 800 EMA.
the 800 is here, yeah. So we want to cross this line like that. So if we get a big burst, you know, oftentimes you can get that whole move in one, but ETH may not move that fast right here. We'll see.
Yeah, and maybe that's why my last question about the ETFs are connected with that. If retailers like us, normal traders like me, can burst up the price like this
Right. Especially
yesterday.
on a weekend, exactly. So if we hang out too long, it's called drifting, and sometimes you can just then drift. So you have this line here, and we could, you know, possibly just drift after getting this price, just roll down right here, and then you have this area, which would be the 200 and the 50. The 50 MA is these orange lines, and the 200 EMA is like right in that area as well. I think it was right down here, right? So I think if it was the ETH chart that Cindy was referring to on the 5 minute, he was talking about how long it took, you know, has been taking. If this was the coin, what he was talking about. But what happens oftentimes is that when you have these, like the 800 on the 5 minute coming, all stretching all the way down, it takes a long time for price to be, for it to descend enough for price to be able to reach it. So you can, you know, you can kind of see the effects of that here. But the potential to regain the area which we lost is high once we surpass this, because, you know, if you go like this, that we can cross this area on a big upswing back up to the 2800 rather quickly, because there's nothing left after that 800 to stop that movement from this dip here. After you cross over and round up, you get the fuel.
So there was not too many orders which were too long, so that they have liquidation there on this price level.
Yeah, if there was a lot of shorters, then there's a possibility that they're going to have to protect their position.
Sorry, BJ, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
How do you get those key levels? Are those like squaring the price or square root of the price on the square of 9? Since I see you use
So I
scan
think
angles.
that I do, yeah, my charting follows a lot of the principles of GAN, yes. But I have like a snowflake pattern that plays out all the time. And I did this chart just today on this, while you guys were watching me. So all of these lines I just did today. It's not in a few minutes. I don't know if you guys were watching, but I just did this. I did this ellipse that you see here. I did this circle. I did these lines. I laid all this out. I got this price, and we just got this 25.51. All of it. So it's not that hard. And I don't mind, going over it again. We can do it on another time. I don't want to take up the time. I would go down to a different channel. To it, so we're not taking up the air time.
Thank you so much for the answer. I'm really interested in learning how you chart and use scan principles.
All right, thank you. So a lot of it too for me is sacred geometry and a confluence of fibs and GAN. So yeah.
Well, yeah, like geometry is everywhere in our lives, especially in the trading.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get what you said.
Like the sacred geometry is everywhere in our life. Our toroid fields, like in the body, and our energy, like everywhere.
That's correct, exactly. And that applies to my philosophy too, that emotion plays a big deal in trading, and it reflects in our price action. And there are these important zones which you find a lot of vibration.
Yeah, it needs more time.
Along a price.
Needs some more time.
And
Sorry to go ahead.
And can I ask, the pivot point is the point where the price need to be, so we can make sure that we are safe and we are in trend, or?
Okay, so in a couple minutes, I'll put a definition of the pivot point, but really what it is that it's a point of which you break from a descending to an ascending, and there it's like a level at which there's a turn. So right here, it was back. I can turn this off.
So the big numbers are pivot points, right?
Pretty much, yeah. It's basically support and resistance, But a pivot is also where you find when there's a line at which, see right here, you see this V on the 5 EMA right here, but you also see one here. Here. Now this V is a top, like boom, boom, this way, crown, where price went down underneath, right? And then we came back up, and then we made another one. All right, so then you draw a horizontal. I have to explain. Okay, so you can see here straight, there's a lot of activity just in this zone, right? And if you come back up over the 50 EMA is this blue line, right? Now, this is the point right here where if price had come up above, it would have crossed over the 50 MA. And if you draw a straight line from there, horizontal, that gets you here, this 800. So, and you go backwards from here, and you see that this level is a zone of which there was decision made whether or not we were going to fall underneath the 200 and go down, or if we were going to go above the 50 and the 50 MA and go up. And so we got this rise of price, and that followed up here to a top, right? And then we had the decision making time again. Are we going to follow through? Like if you cut all this, take your hand and cut this off right here, so there's no more price action, we could have gone up from here on this W. We could have, climbed up instead of rolling over. So you see this little arc or this little period of time where there was a decision. What are we going to do? Are we going to go up from here and go over 111? Well, we didn't. We come to this point and we fell through, and then we went under, and then we continued, and then we tried it again right here, but we couldn't make it enough, right? So then this arc down, and then price went way underneath, and meanwhile the moving averages are on the right side of the price, on this side, and price was underneath. Then I'm on the 30 minute. So then now you came to that decision point again, and if you look back, okay, here's where the 50 MA made a bottom, and we went up this way. Okay, price went through the 50 from this location on this side, right? Well, now the 50 MA is here. Well, that's a higher location than where it was here. So you follow me? So now, since we are over that 50 MA, again, that we have a higher support than we did over here. See? And as well, here's the 200 MA, and that 200 is up here at 107, basically 107.9. All right. So if price now this comes through the 800, and that would basically be your larger EMA 800. That's the average of 800 candles on this time frame, right? If you come up through there, cross the 200, and then cross over this 200 MA, which would be larger, right, as more candles than the 50 MA, and we curve around and come up through there, and then level off, and the candles then top over this. You've now just raised support from down here up a whole nother level to here, and you have the trajectory is on this angle. So that's how you see 112.8 from there, because you've just closed up that loop and you're over the top from which it fell, and then everything is aligning so that the support is no longer in this midsection. We actually decided that, hey, we like this area. We're going to go back up and revisit that, and actually we can build upon it and go higher from there. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course. And where those EMAs and MAs are crossing to make a support, that's our pivot point, right?
Correct. The pivot is where you price decides to either to trade under it or go over it to build support or not. So it's the support, the flip. So that's a pivot. You know, you either go above or below a pivot. So even though this is a horizontal line, it can be a pivot line. If you go from below and then rise above the top, and then there's where you make a pivot from here down here. We're pivoting. Oh shoot! But the 50, the half mark is really the pivot. So think of it as a circle, and if you trade over 3 o'clock on a circle, or you know the 180 degrees towards 190, and so then you're in that center of a circle, 90 degrees straight up, you know, straight up and down, and then horizontal like this. So if you're up in the upper right hand quadrant up in here, you're ascending. If you pivot down, so if this rolls down, that we're pivoting down underneath. I better put a better definition because I may be not saying it succinctly enough.
Yeah, but I mean, you can get it more simple because of my knowledge. So yeah, I roger you. I understand, but I'm sure that within 2 months I will understand more of what you're talking.
You will.
Thank you so much.
I think the principle of a circle and your price above a 50, below a 50, and think of it a box, a square in a box. Let me draw that out. Okay, now this isn't going to be the right circle, but it's a circle. Anyway, so now let me take and put a rectangle. I keep clicking the wrong thing. I have to move the chart a little bit so I can get the half. I don't know if I'm putting this in the middle there. I gotta measure it, but okay, well, that's almost perfect. We'll just leave it at that, okay? But basically, you know, here's your 90 degrees and then your center. Okay, so think of this point. I'm not sure if this is exact, but think of this point as like 3 o'clock if you're talking about a clock, right? And so we're above the 3 o'clock, so we're ascending on this this point right here. And when price can come out of your circle between 12 o'clock and 2 o'clock, it's usually more bullish, and it's a little bearish. It's indecision if it's in the middle, right? Sometimes you can see a candle with a wick on the top and a wick on the bottom, and then a body kind of straddling a line. And then if let's say right here we would have followed this angle down, and price would have gone down this angle, this one, instead of going up here. It would have come down to 104.533 at this point, right? It would come down here instead of here. So it pivoted up versus down, if using that word pivot. And so we maintained an upward movement. If we had gone down under this angle, that would have been bearish, because that could have made a continuation to 103,000 again. And if you look left, then we would have had the possibility of falling through this fib line. So this is a fib circle here. And so these rings are defining our space on the top and the bottom. And this center right there is the center of that fib circle. If I go straight across, that is right there at 114,191. I think I is that right.
Ay, rompió.
Okay.
Eso no me gusta.
And so then you have a top up here at about 159, 160, and then the bottom down here at about 69.
Where the price can go, actually.
Yeah. Until we've exhausted all of the areas, if we until we get into a new one. Okay, we're entering these rings now. You can this ring I just did today, but here's the previous.
I think I need to watch you how you make a diagram from the zero to this now what you made.
Okay.
But someday when you have time, I will be very with pleasure watching.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry to bother again, PJ. Would you recommend Michael S. Jenkins, geometry charting?
Yeah, he's very good. Now, yeah, definitely, I like him.
You know, I really got like discouraged reading one of his later book, because like in the last chapter he said like don't use this on Bitcoin and on crypto. So I was like kind of in doubt.
So I practice my own thing. My thing is my own. I didn't follow him. I was introduced to him not even that long ago, because some other traders noticed that what I was doing was similar to, principles of GAN and so on. So then I read that Tunnel Through the Air and so on. And then the more I kind of learned about what they were saying, the more it made me realize that, wow, I'm doing this and didn't even know. Anyway, the long story short, I think that crypto is a little bit different than stocks. I can't say that for sure because I haven't charted on the stocks yet. I just haven't had the time. But I would be curious to see if this would follow the stock market. or this a stock in the same way as it does a crypto, the way that I do it.
Hey guys, good afternoon. Just joining a little late. Who is it that we're discussing? The person, geometry charting, is that what you guys said?
Whoever's speaking, I cannot hear. So can somebody repeat the question?
Sorry, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I said sorry, I'm just joining a little late, and
That's okay.
I did hear you guys mention geometry charting as a good tool to learn more about this this way of charting with geometry, etc.
Okay, there's principles of like geometry and in astrology. So if if any of that interests you, I definitely recommend that you just read on it or just practice charting in a different way, but understand what it is. And if you do understand it, then experiment with it and see if it helps you and in what way. And so it depends on what your goals are and all that. But yeah, I would recommend that anything that you can use to
This may not be very popular amongst viewers, etc., but my interest is in tying it all together. Astrology, charting, everything in general. And I think in life everything is connected, and why not this also? So
yeah.
I don't know if that's more or less something that you think is what is needed to immerse yourself in this to have a real interest in it.
I think that there is no one right or wrong way. I think that using elements of um, different strategies is very important. But the main thing is if you understand why. What I feel like is important is to understand why price moves the way it moves. I think that the flow, the movement, the what makes momentum happen, all of that is extremely important in whatever we do to help enhance our knowledge in that way is very important. But the other thing is that we have to understand that there is math behind and geometry behind a chart and calculus. And because there's time involved, right, you have to use time. And the reason why some of us have a deal with a trade, a problem with a trade, is because our TA says that we're going to achieve a certain level of price. But our problem is that determining, well, when will that occur? Do I have enough time in my trade to wait for that to occur before there would be a dip that would come under my particular buy or my entry price? And do I need to reposition? All of that is the reason why we chart. So finding out how much time you have before a movement in a trade will happen is extremely important. Now, all of that is dependent on an individual, on how spread out you are, what your risk tolerance is, what your level of whatever your money is involved in the trade, what time you have allotted to trading, if you can trade on a monthly basis, if you could trade on a daily basis, all of that. So that's why no one person can tell you oh, I think you should buy here and I think you should sell here, because it really depends. So on your style, on your tolerance, everything. So learning how to chart before you trade, I think, is extremely important. And then knowing your psychology, what kind of trader are you, is the next thing you need to know. And then you need to know, how do you react? Do you panic, or are you calm? Do you know your numbers enough to know that you will press the sell button if you find that your trade is no good, or if you were wrong? Because there are points of time when it's right to buy, or it's right to short, and it's right to long, almost at the same period of time. So oftentimes, like you've heard Pepin and I many times compete with each other, because we can be right at the same day. He can be short, I can be long, and we can both win our trade and we can both lose our trade in the same day, because of time. If I bought here and didn't take profit here, and then the price dipped here, okay, I won the trade here, but if I didn't take profit, then I lose, because it came under my buy price, right? So that's why it's important to know, unless I'm going to stay in the trade for a longer period of time. But if you're doing a short trade, you want to know where's resistance, and are we going to have enough gas to get over that or not? Am I going to sell the whole bag, or am I going to just leave a runner? How much am I going to sell? Am I going to do laddering? All of that. So trading is a different skill than charting.
On a side question, BJ, are you on here daily during certain hours, or you just randomly when you have time?
I haven't been on here daily. No, I've been really busy, and I do some streaming on a different place too. But I come on quite a bit.
Noted.
But I don't have a schedule, if that's what you quit. But I do come on mostly in the mornings. Oftentimes, I think Dbloc mostly sleeps in the morning, and I'm usually up and do. So I come on in the mornings. If I'm here, I'll be on in the mornings usually.
You're East Coast or West Coast?
I'm East Coast, yes, Eastern.
Oh, got it. Thanks. You guys were talking about following or reading something that's related to charting and geometry, and I was just trying to catch the name to see how to pursue my studies.
I think I just mentioned Michael S. Jenkins to BJ when we were talking. If you wanna, I can. You can send me a DM and I can share with you some of Michael Jenkins' books.
Excellent. Is this Dr. Uggs?
Yep.
Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate you offering that. That's huge.
Sorry for interrupting, BJ. Thank you so much
No,
for
that's fine.
all of your answers.
Okay, so on Bitcoin, we are over that 105, 420, and we're just right now over the top of the 5 EMA on the 30-minute chart. So we definitely want to move our way up to 106,000, because here we have that 800 EMA right there at 106,282. Now, here's another interesting thing. I know I have a lot of stuff. Reason why, part of the reason why, is because I wanted to be able to show people how, like this particular line right here is so important. You see that right there? Now there's confluence about why this is an important line. Look, when I look at that, when I dabble this, you see how we go from horizontal to an angle upward ascending to a descending. That right here, this particular point is so important because of that. It's the this curve. It would getting us out of the curve. Now it's also the seam of this fib wedge. Look at that. I'll show you in the back. Right here. Do that again because this is the frustrating part. Okay, so let me hold this steady. So I'm on the 30-minute. Now, if I can do this without it messing up, I'm going to drag this down so you can see where did this start? Right here. See that point right there? Now, you see how this makes a square or a box, horizontal and vertical here. Now, here's our price down there. You see how price went up right at this point, this black line right there, and hit this angle but didn't go up, and then went down, and then it went up here. And then we have a movement from here to here along that line, don't we? And then we went up on this angle like this. Here's price, right? Now, right there is where we stopped on this part. Now that angle goes down here. That. Okay, now we're hitting on this fib wedge that is going this way. Okay, but this ends up here. So what's this number? This number is 110,556, something like that. Okay, right there. Now this is a descending arrow. And notice where that hits, like this. Okay, this is a wider, I know this may look like really complicated, but it's not. Here's the center, right there. All right, now I'm going to do this again. You see how if that circle is there and then it meets this rounded edge. Okay, boom. All right, this we see how I had that must cross. We have to cross that. We didn't cross it right there. Now, when I click on that with my mouse, it highlights this arrow that's descending right here, and that continues and continues and continues. Now you notice that we got price over that arrow right there, but that arrow still continues. Now, because we've descended down underneath that arrow over here, I think I just kind of lost it, but I'm making the point here. Because we descended underneath that arrow is now resistance, or that line is now resistance that we have to get across up here. So that point right from here has meaning all the way down here. This point has meaning all the way down to here and back. So when price goes back over it, right, it allows you to come across this next level, right? Because at this point we didn't go over the top there. So that is 112, right? So if I go horizontally, you see how it pops up 112, right? Right. Now, where does that meet over here? It meets on this arc And if I go up, so there's 114. So this is possible here. So here's price. And we have to beat this fib section here in order to move up into what was missed over here. That's kind of the gist. So when you've heard me talking about it allows us to get the potential from before now, and or like you've heard me say, we're going to get from the back, we're going to be able to get from the back of the chart. Well, the back of the chart occurs. Now you can see this ellipse right here. That looks like it's going through this new circle, okay? And then you see these black, now the way they're made is over here, you use a cross line. And when I use a cross line, I usually put it on a higher time frame, try to map out on a higher time frame where I need price to cross, like on a seam, like right here. So you see that would be on the horizontal like that, going up. So then it makes your square. So this is a square right here. And then you highlight it with the time. So now on a vertical, you can't really do it with a crossbar I found on the trading view, but on a vertical, you get to put in on your text what time frame that was when you drew it. I don't know why I didn't do it on this one, but anyway, I normally do. And then what you can do is you can align that text. So let's say I'm on a 30 minute, so I'm going to put 30-minute here. Now you can put whatever notes you want, but I just line it up like this. Okay, now notice where it wrote that right here, 30-minute. The reason why I wrote it there is because it says text alignment middle. If I say I want to align it at the top, it's going to put it up here. If I say the bottom, it'll put that 30-minute down here, bottom. Now, the reason why that's an important thing is because let's say I'm trading and I want to see how long it's going to take before price reaches that 30-minute section in the middle. Or I'll show you in a minute what I mean more closely. Now, going to the next thing about horizontal or vertical, you can have your text be horizontal or vertical. So I have it horizontal because I have 30-minute going across this way. Now, the other thing is, do you want it in the center or do you want it left or right? All right, so anyway, that's how I do it. Do I have it? Where is it now? Top. I want it in the middle. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now here's where my marker is for this. Okay, so here's the price right now, and it's about to break out of that circle. So we're at 105,837. We're almost to our 106. Notice how this 30-minute, this time bar is here, and I've noted that there. Okay, and it's coming underneath that quadrant. So this shows me that this is in a pretty important little spot because I've got this ring, I've got my pivot point on this pole. So this curve and these descending lines are important. And because if we don't trade above 106, see how between here and here, we might be able to reach this resistance and trade over that, right? But let's say we come up here and we fall back. I think this is a prime spot to be looking at for a pullback, and that is at 1055. And then right down here, I would note this price right here, which is 104,851. Now, the other thing is that look at how that's in relation to this circle. That's just a little bit below. So all of this, to me, is a very important spot in the chart right there. And to be honest, I've already had it labeled as an important spot. So then underneath here, we also had, this was our previous overhead resistance. And then remember that that line, that 104,420. So that's already there. So if we look, let's say we come up, rise above here, but we can't get over that, what was it, the 800 and this line? Yeah, that right there. So let's say we trade up like this, and then we fail, and then we fall down. Well, this is a prime area to look, because if we fail then and fall underneath the ellipse, then that brings us down to the 104,365, and then look at the pattern that makes right here. You've got another spot. This is very juicy right there. That is 102, 333. I've already got 102.7 marked. All right. So this this trajectory brings us, we want to get over 107.1, right? To get us into the middle side of this snowflake, and that would be this downtrend, right? And then we would begin to go ascend, and we want to go over the top of that ellipse, at least here. So here's our ascending angles, and I talked about these from before. These are the curves that you see from the swing up. You want me to stop talking? I will. Here's price, right?
So there where the pips are crossing the cross like these black lines.
Yeah.
There are most of the liquidation, support, and resistance.
Yep. Yep. And
Okay.
you'll find that they form a pattern. And the more you understand how that works, and you'll see the GAN box. I mean, you can even just make it. I have a friend, Donnie, who he just builds his chart. He just chart builds just based on the square. Anyway, he recognized what I did because it's very similar to what he does, only mine is way different because anyway, but because we understand the same principles, we understand what we're doing with each other. You know, we understand because it's the same thing, only different. And it's the same way, if anybody knows Peachy, Peach and I would often come up with the same, you know, targets and so on, and the same TA at the times, or because she does a lot with fractals. Well, this creates fractals. So, and harmonics is also very much a part of here, and fib levels and so on. So you and another trader can identify different zones and different places, even though you trade or you chart in a totally different way from each other. But because one may have something that's just a little bit more for that moment or that particular spot in a chart, whether it be EMAs that they focus on or the fibs or whatever, at that particular moment, they might have an edge over what you do. And so that's why knowing some of these principles is important, because, and especially the time-based things, because it can help you in your trading.
Yeah, but it can help you right now in the moment. But as your charts are, I think your charts are forever charts. Like they can predict all the price tags of the coin.
So I agree, and I can also show you that there's a chart that from my beginning, that I haven't even really done anything with for the longest time, and it's so accurate, it's insane. This particular one that we're on is one that we started together as a group not that long ago. If Pepin is around, he'll tell you, he might even remember when we started it, but he had asked me, can you start a Bitcoin chart from scratch? And so this is the chart that we did start from scratch. Notice up here it says demo. And so this is it. But my other chart, I have to find it, but I'll throw that on after a while. But I have not touched my original chart in the longest time. And you'll be amazed at how pretty accurate it is. Which is another reason why I am really strongly in belief of these techniques, I guess you would say, because it seems to really work.
Right. And do you use Atos?
Use Office?
Yes. Like
Uh,
the program where you can see the clusters and the incoming trades.
no, I don't know about that one.
Hey BJ, do you use like price to bar ratio to draw
Yes.
your circles?
I leave it alone, but and I've tried to mess with the price to bar ratio and tried to lock it, right?
Yeah.
In order to like help show people what I'm doing, but it actually messed me up a lot. And I don't know if any of you knew LCAP, but LCAP was trying to help me show that, because I would get so frustrated trying to show people what I was seeing. And we thought, well, maybe that would help. Well, it didn't. It didn't make the movement work properly. So I leave it on normal. I don't use logarithmic. I just use it on normal. And for some, it actually just resets. And however I've done it, I've figured out how to move my scale. Now I have a touch screen, little laptop. So I take my finger on the price bar over here on the right, on your screen, you'll see that. And I move it up and down, and that's the price to bar ratio, right? And then I take my fingers and expand and contract them, and that's what moves it in and out this way and that way. And if I close like I'm on the 6 hour now, if I squeeze it together as much as it can be squeezed, you get this perspective, okay? Then if I take and shrink my price to bar ratios, you see how it like brings it into the center, it clusters it closely. And when I first started charting, this is what intrigued me so much. Look at that. I was just amazed at how my lines that I would draw would fold and like fall into themselves like this, like a bow
Like
tie.
fractalize?
Yes, see how and they would rotate. And so this is what started my whole, like thesis about how price moves. It's like it gives way to this expansion. Once you get over a line, you get to where you go here. And from the left side of the chart to the right side, and then across a vertical. So once you're in the vertical and horizontal, then and you're over that line, then you get to go to the next arc from here to here. And that's what's so cool. And then uh, because it looks so different, I thought, why is it that when I turn to a different time frame, it it looks totally different? See how it changed. It opened it up from here to here. So then when I would be trying to show people things, I would see how if I touched on these angles, it would spark the one over the on the other side. And so then I started noticing how we go tick 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 clockwise, and then it made me think about the hurricane charts. And anyway, all of it is just rolled into one. So I don't I however it has happened, my brain has just like been trying to digest how is this working, and I've been trying to conquer it, if that makes sense. Like I'm gonna figure this out come hell or high water, that kind of thing.
You know, I really had the exact same problem you had when charting with Circus because of trading views auto adjust, and I found this indicator by Gene Clash. It's called price to bar ratio scale.
Oh
It's
yeah.
really useful. Yeah, it's really useful because the way you use it is like you put a low and a high and make like, for example, a measured move, and
Okay.
the indicator will tell you the exact price to bar ratio you should put so that measure move is squared in price and time.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting. So you let me write that down.
It's price to bar ratio,
Mm-hmm.
scaling by Gene Clash.
Okay, Clash, Clash.
Yeah,
Can
CLA.
you write it down on the chat, brother?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
maybe that would be better.
Let me search for it and I'll give you the image. It's really, really useful for circle charting because then when after I draw the circle, I put like the price to bar ratio on that circle that I drew.
Mm-hmm.
So when I need
Mm-hmm.
to use it again, I just log the price to bar ratio to analyze that circle I draw.
Okay. So the circle is really what started for me by accident, because all I was doing was, okay, let me take all this off. What I did was when I was studying the chart, I was noticing how when we got this nice movements upward, I was noticing how the EMAs were lined up. And so I was saying, okay, so when this color is on this side of the ribbon, and when they were lined up for this, and this, then we're gonna get a burst, because it was like the same pattern all the time. So then in order for me to identify those locations, I would take and draw a circle around that spot. And lo and behold, however I did it, I was doing it in some way that was correct, so that then when I would go across the time frames, those circles would line up in a row. And then I would see price moving through those circles like Gann's tunnel that he describes. So I didn't know about Gann at that time and didn't know anything, but I just know that those circles framed this. And once we got over the top of that circle, price would break out. And it was amazing. I thought, what in the world have I stumbled on? So you're right that, train. So now what I've expanded it, it's not just circle, it's a snowflake. And this snowflake is a complicated structure, but it's so, it defines patterns like crazy because it gives you these compression zones. And I see these snowflake spots in the chart all the time. And so I'm trying to build on that now.
What do you mean by snowflake pattern?
Okay, so let's go. See, you can see the snowflake underneath.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, there's one. All right, so we will come and now that I'm not on the right time frame for that one. I'll have to put some pictures on because right now I've been messing with this chart so much that I think it's a little bit, but you can see a big, larger one under, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a macro one. I'm on the daily. And you see how on the left side here, you have price that went up on the left side, and this is our center, right? Here's the center.
Yep.
Okay. Then you have your top and your bottom, and then you have the arcs. Okay, so now as we move through time, the horizontal, the verticals, right, give you your potential right here. So if I draw a vertical line on this date, Wednesday, December 20th, I think here, if I draw a straight line down, like kaboom, boom, 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 boom.
Also, this can be also manipulations, the vertical parts of the snowflake.
Yes, yeah.
I mean,
Because,
I do see a relation between the left arms of the snowflake, like the lower
yeah,
left arm, like form
yeah,
a consolidation area, and
yes,
the higher left arm was used like some sort of resistance
yes. And
area.
and here's the, I'm trying to get this to show through there's so many layers here. I wish I could do it better.
You got so many things on your
I
screen.
know. But trust me, if I could find an easy way I know the grouping, trust me, I know the grouping, but I don't know yet how to group that to where I can just click it through. But once I learn that, it's going to be all over. I'm going to be able to whiz through this and show anybody anything.
I mean,
But
I've had the exact same problem, like an illegible chart because of too many points of interest in the geometry I've been drawing.
yeah, but how do you group it? That's the thing, because it's not like an object. Anyway, I'm gonna figure it out. I don't stop until I find it the answer.
I usually group them by Gantt fans, circles, squarings, not by time frame.
Yep. Well, see, here's the thing. There are days, there are times, okay, that you have alignment on a pole, right? So to where price interacts on a pole, right? So you can identify even to the day when you're going to have a lot of price movement, and it is true that you can do that. Just while we're here, I want to show you this arc. See this pink?
Yep.
Okay, so that pink arc is very important. Now you see how it comes up and over that snowflake right there.
Clearly, yeah.
Right there. Okay, and it also hits the lower edge of that yellow arrow. Okay, and if you breach that snowflake or that pink arc, and you go up above, right? right up here, that is our another level right there. Now, the interesting thing is that let's find the day. Okay, so if we do a cross line here like that, right? Now, if I go straight down, this is August right here. Now, if I squared that out on that snowflake, where here, let me get that. Okay, so that's here. And that says August 17th. All right, there and there. And then come horizontal this way. All right. I guess the point I'm trying to make is that this particular arc is an extremely important spot right there, and I believe that is on the top there. What number is that? 121, right? So then if you carry that across, right here, you hit that number of 121,584. Now this VIP, this green line is 125,489, and then you can see where that hits this angle. Now we're above that red angle right there, and it's also on the underside of that snowflake.
I get it. It's like when you square the circle and find the angle on the 90 degrees above that circle, you just square.
Yes.
Yeah. I totally get
It's
it.
the same thing, but this one, this, because of the V-shaped formation, okay, and the squares, I'm finding that the snowflake is even a much better than just a circle. It's actually more complicated, but it's more useful.
Yeah, I haven't been able to use ellipses in my geometry trading. Like I try to only use circles and squares because I understand them.
So the ellipse is also extremely important because because of the direction that price travels. We a lot of, we mostly go according to the principles, that 45, and I'm finding the 69 degree is a huge, we usually get a huge upward impulse on or a downward on a 69, and 25, 45. So that's what I'm talking about, that there you'll find certain days and certain time frames when everything will come together and that path will be like shown. I know that there's people that say to themselves, that trade just fell in my lap. I mean, it was so easy to see. You know, anybody could have known that that price was going to go there, or that I didn't have to think twice about taking that trade. Whatever it is, you know that you're going to get that trade, right? The reason is because you see that the path is wide open, and there are times in the chart that it's just inevitable that that's where it's going. And what you want to do is be able to learn how to identify where those places are, so that if you can then get that move and if it's going to continue or not. So one thing I do is use the info line tool, and I make my 90 degrees within not just the time bars, but within the trade, like right here. I'll know, I'm getting better at knowing where to put them. And then I do my 45s and my zero line. Now, zero line can sometimes be a 180 versus a zero. So that's interesting to know too, because it depends, we're like floating. We're not really going up, down, left, right. Sometimes you're kind of in a place where it's not really up or down straight, right? Look at here. You see how all these lines make a snowflake right below this one, the center of this one, it's right here. You can see it in the chart.
Yeah.
You'll be able to see these spots. They're the hot spots. They're where price is going to just be kind of like pulled to, gravitated to, and you're going to have this long period of time where it just goes up and down, bounces around, and then it makes a decision one way or another. Anyway, I have to go because I'm thirsty and I need a break. I have to stand up and move around.
Thank you so much. You
You're welcome.
tell me how if you test the indicator I just share with you, and if it's useful for you to
Appreciate
make
it.
a squaring.
Copying it right now. So can we click on this to copy, or do we need to write it down? Oh, we write it
No,
down. Okay.
I just sent you a DM with the name and left
Oh,
it
thank you. I
in the general
appreciate it.
draw. I appreciate you too. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Nice to talk to you.
Yo, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh. Get a fucking closer spot than that, dude. Come on. Oh, please come in the side entrance. Press the buzzer for 101. Shop the carriages. Learn how to stare. Take the elevator to floor 1, and I'll be waiting at unit 1.
Hey, Dbloc.
Yo, yo. You? That was a wild candle.
Weird. Hey, is anybody listening? Anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, man. I'm looking at the chart on Dbloc's chart, and I got that the like the bright green ones on that chart. That's the market maker. Is that correct?
Yeah, the bright green and the bright red.
That was my question. Was the bright red also the market maker? So that was what I was going to ask. Thanks, man.
Yes, sir.
So are we going into another weekend bear trap?
right, bro. Get home safe. All right. You too.
Where the heck is everybody?
Yeah, where is everyone?
Stop drinking some brandy. About to pump it. Putting some pumpkin in the oven.
Hey,
What up? What up?
yo.
Looks like Doge is coming down to revisit the bottom of this ascending channel. Been in all day.
Yeah, it likes this 175 area.
Yo, maybe we get some more news tonight and it dumps.
I don't know. What kind of news do you think we would get that would dump the market right now? Or are you just talking about Doge?
Looks like Bitcoin's breaking the trend.
So I'll repeat myself. Were you talking about Doge or were you talking about in general?
What kind of news? What news is worse than World War III?
I mean, we've been in this perpetual kind of World War III scenario for a little bit, though, right? Because last year, remember?
Yeah.
The whole thing with Israel and Iran happened, and we pumped 80% after that.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell are we gonna do about it anyway? Doesn't look like Bitcoin's broken its trend line yet either. It's revisiting the bottom of the same channel that Doge is in. But at least we'll know if it breaks down at the bottom of it that it could be breaking down. Actually, to be honest, Bitcoin looks more like a rising wedge. Doge looks better than Bitcoin. Bullishly speaking, of course.
I was looking at Dbloc's chart. I have it up, and he just has the uptrend line there, and it just looks like there's at least a candle below it.
convince me that everyone will get in.
Who's trying to get in?
When is it? August? Uh-huh.
Damn it, of course my tablet would die as we're approaching that freaking deadline. All right, guys, I got a question.
What's up, man? Hold on one sec. Just like a filter. Like what
The
up,
filter
Clyde?
fish?
Yeah, I'm
All
over
right,
here.
so what is the question is how old do you think your dentist should be?
Doesn't matter.
Like how because they're always finding new shit in like the field of dentistry, right? And like they're always like, it's like an evolving industry, right? You know what I mean? Like they're always discovering new shit. So they should be old enough where they have experience. They have like a good amount of experience, so you know that they're good at what they do. But but and they have a lot of practice, but they should be like still like like they should still be young enough to where like they know most of the current shit. They know most of like the new current shit that's coming out. I was just thinking about it. how many years do they have to go to school? And when they're done with school, it's like, is that all they practice for the rest of their career? Like, is what they learned? Like, what if like new shit comes up after they got out of school? They never learned that new stuff, and it's only like the younger dentists that learn
No,
that stuff.
they still go to like conferences, you know, with like fringe benefits on the conferences at the beach and find out about new equipment. I mean, the good ones, they stay up to date with stuff.
Everyone in the medical field and teachers too, like educational field, are required to do a number like a certain amount of credits a year to keep their license.
Oh, okay. So they need a certain amount of credits, you said?
Mhm. Yeah, anyone in the medical field has to do it. You
Like they
know, like
gotta go to school?
take a class. I mean, they can like a
Well, no,
conference.
yeah,
Something.
conferences. It doesn't have to be classes, really. I mean, and residency, first 5 years, once you pass residency, it's kind of up to you. I mean, as long as you show up to work, you're good to go once you pass residency. But they do like for you to go to conferences and stuff.
And if you work for like a company, they'll like cover a certain amount per year. I worked at a hospital, and like everybody with some kind of license had like a yearly budget to get like their CEUs. I don't know, probably depending on your field, what it was called. But I worked in an audiology clinic, and the audiologist had to get CEUs, so basically like credits every year, and they had like $3,000 a year, like paid for by the company, and they would send them to a conference where they'd get a bunch of CEUs, basically have like little mini crash courses, little mini classes.
All right. So
But some of them actually take classes. Like some will go like take, you know. I mean, I don't know what dentists do. I mean, I don't know if the dentists are like it's called continuing education credits. So, yeah, I don't know as much about how dentists stay up to date on stuff. But in the medical field, a lot of them will like go back and take classes. Well,
So
dentistry.
I basically just need someone that's not too old to learn new shit.
Yeah, I guess so. I had the same dentist until he retired, like from childhood.
Damn.
And he was pretty good.
Yeah, old people could learn new shit too, man.
I think it.
Oh
Feel
no,
like it. I mean,
it's
but you
really
seem to like
hard
think.
after you're like 50.
I mean, I feel like there's nothing crazy going on with your teeth. You just get like tooth cleanings and fillings, and I mean, unless I don't know, unless you're getting like a tooth implant or something, then maybe you want to get like a special dentist.
Yeah, well that's precisely what it is.
Oh, you need it. Oh, well, then I would,
I got
get a referral.
I got in some I got
You
in a lot
should
of
go to
fights.
Europe.
Got jumped. So
What?
You should go to Europe to get a dentist. They're better there.
yeah, I'm not going to Europe just for a dentist. Yeah, but no, I got in a lot of fights and got jumped a few times, so like I'm missing a couple teeth.
I mean, I
But I
would
want some.
get
If I'm gonna get like
referrals.
a new fake tooth put in, and I need somebody that fucking. Oh, sorry, excuse my language. I need somebody that knows what they're doing. You know.
Like, well,
I
my
need somebody
childhood
that's like
dentist
down.
did not do any surgery. Like, he hated it, and like that wasn't his thing. So, like, to get my wisdom teeth taken out, he referred me out to another dentist, a surgical dentist or whatever. Well, it's another dentist. So if you don't already have a dentist to refer you out to like a special, because I don't think all dentists do implants. It's like a specialty. So you can't just like go anywhere. I like places that do implants advertise it because it's special. It's expensive too. It'll be like dental implants. If you have insurance, might cover it. I would think at least part of it if you have dental insurance. But I personally, I found the best luck getting like word of mouth referrals. Like start asking everyone you know in the area, like, and like read reviews. Like Google it and like start reading reviews. You can even ask them like, can you give me? Well, no, that's the medical field. That's less likely. Some places have testimonials. But yeah, I would start like asking people. But online, you know, even like just Google. Google will have lots of reviews.
I bet, dude, I saw this guy that was a chiropractor on TikTok, and he like got super famous, like because like all of it, the only he didn't do any advertising, just all of his business came from like word of mouth.
What was his job?
Like all of his clients came from just like people like suggesting him. He's a chiropractor.
Oh, he must have been good. Do you not have a dentist?
I did, but I moved away from the area that I was in, so I haven't seen that dentist anymore.
I would call that dentist and ask them if they can refer you to a dentist that does implants. Let's like say, do you know of a good one?
Yeah,
If
I
you
guess I
liked
could
them
do
and
that.
if you liked them and you trusted them, I would call them and ask. I mean, if you're not like super far away, I mean, if you're, are you like really really far?
It's not super far, but like it's pretty far. It's like, and I don't have the same insurance anymore either.
You can still call them and ask for a referral. You know, just tell them like, hey, I moved. I need to get a dental implant. Do you know of any good dentists who do dental surgeons who do implants in my area?
Yeah, I'll probably try that.
Rich people know each other. I mean, kidding, but at the same, they might. They're really good. They might, and if they don't know of someone specific, like the right, they might have recommendation. I don't know. They might not know. If they don't know, they'll just say like, "Oh, sorry, we don't know of anyone." But yeah, it's worth a shot. If you just Google it too, like all the dental implant people you look up will have reviews for sure. But I would definitely try calling in your dentist if you liked them and they did a good job to see if they had a referral for someone in your area, because it's possible. Because I
Yeah,
really
I'll
liked
try
my
it.
dentist, and when I got my wisdom teeth taken out, they referred me to somebody, and they did a really good job. Or no, they did a really good job for my sister, I think. I don't remember now, actually. It was a really long time ago. Uh, but it can referrals can work out good. I got a really good referral when I had my tonsils taken out. I remember that went well. I can't remember what. Oh yeah, no, it did. It totally, yeah, it totally worked out. Because my wisdom teeth were like really impacted, and so my mom had to take me to some like specialist, and they did a really good job. They like put me to sleep, and it was like really easy. So referrals can work out. And over 20 years ago. Anyways, but if you just like do some research, just make sure you like read some reviews or like ask some people around you. And try to get insurance. Like, if you don't have a job, you should be able to get on Medicaid. Like, if you don't make enough, if you don't make enough money every week, if I don't feel like sorry, I just realized like I have how public this is.
I have insurance. I don't have the same insurance that I used to have when I was seeing that dentist.
Okay, that's good. I worked in healthcare for a long time, and specifically like in the insurance sort of like medical. I don't know. In this, I know a lot about insurance, so don't be to be intrusive. I've just given a lot of people advice on like health insurance stuff. Um, all right. Well, yeah. Good luck. Hopefully that was helpful.
Yeah, thanks. I'll try it out. I a lot stemmed from just me asking how old a dentist should be.
It's funny. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I don't. I mean, I don't think that matters too much. I don't think dental implants have been happening for a super long time. My mom wanted a dental implant, and then I remember when it was like it became like the advertisements started happening. So I don't know. It was sometime in the last like 10 to 15 years. Just ask them a lot of questions, like how many surgeries have you done? How many dental implants have you done? Have they gone well? You know, what is your success rate? Is there any pain afterwards? Does this work well? You know, like write a list of write it down. Write a list of questions down and ask them. This is like it's like a serious, you know, it's a serious, very cosmetic procedure that and not just cosmetic, it's a cosmetic and functional. Like, yeah, you want to be thorough. Yeah, this is good advice for anyone having any medical issues. A lot of people have a hard time navigating the medical system. Always, you know, before you go to any doctor, you should write down a list of questions because when people get in there, they tend to forget. PSA to the crypto channel. Yeah, that's all. That's all I got on that.
Where else can you get crypto advice and some vague like medical advice? Yeah, smash the like and subscribe, everybody. Daily updates on crypto and other stuff.
Uh, yeah, I'm just gonna step in here and say that is not financial advice or dental advice. But there,
We don't do either of those here.
but there certainly is a wealth of information and perspectives here. Yeah.
How to do your own research. This is for entertainment purposes only. All right, we might actually be starting to break that trend line now. Can't fake out or it's the real thing. If it's the real thing, it's the higher low.
House sentiment.
Can't you hear it? It's pure euphoria in here right now.
Yeah, I took a shower and came back, and I was like, oh, buddy.
Yeah, I'm thinking we are actually gonna take a little bit of a hobble back down for a minute because we are breaking that trend line at this point. It looks like. Haven't really got a bearish retest yet, but it's been sticking to that line pretty well. And it's fallen below it now. It's more than just one candle. The bearish retest would it doesn't always do a bearish. Sometimes it just leaves the line behind. It's just like see you later. Like no kiss goodbye. Just like I'm out. Yeah, I don't know though. On the real, I haven't checked like fear and greed in a minute, so I'm wondering what the reading was yesterday. Actually, I want to know what fear and greed was yesterday, what it's like today. Dbloc's pointing at it. We're coming down. It didn't really seem to recover at all today. It's still in greed. Is it still in greed? Yeah, almost in a neutral. It's in greed, but not extreme. I mean, that's not good for after the drop that we just had, though. Yeah, but I think the sentiment pretty good. Well, I guess people are in the mode. Now, sell mode. That'll be bad. Neutral or fear. But yeah, everyone's probably on YouTube and stuff saying to buy the dip. I mean, it's like, I don't know if we're gonna, like, I'm still not convinced we're gonna go straight in the prices. Remember Dbloc was saying like that Bitcoin can move $10,000 within a single day, and it wouldn't really be like out of the norm. Well, what if we just trade between 100,000 and 110,000 for like 3 weeks? I could see it.
I wouldn't be surprised. Should I exit out on my long trades?
On this episode of To Catch a Fallen Knife, all right, let's see what we get. Let's do it again. Let's see if we can snatch this higher low. What's going on, everybody?
What up, Dbloc?
Just chilling. Now, I'm not expecting anything drastic, but I do want to snatch a little bit on this higher low, wherever we do end up getting it. There's plenty of liquidations on the way down. Looking at maybe a 0.5 retracement just for a nice measure. Right, bring us down to this support. Basically our structure support. A nice stopping volume candle into that demand zone. Or something like that.
Yeah, at the very least, like we spent all day today and like late at night and then pretty much all day today, like actually building some structure. Instead of doing the whole V-shaped recovery thing, it's just like, oh, we saw what happened last time.
No, I am okay with it. I was saying that the other day. I pulled up the VPR. Like, you see all this high volume nodes that we're building here, all this structure that we're building is way better than that V shape. Although the V shape was sexy, I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad I was a part of that. That was a nice move, but see if we can get something a little more sustainable going.
I like a nice, good organic staircase. One that doesn't look manufactured.
Yeah. It would be nice to come down and not invalidate this larger W. This chart is getting messy, but let me show you what I mean. So we had the same sort of deal with our second W that brewed up, our like 5-minute time frame W. This one, right? We broke out, didn't get the measured move, and then came down, but we didn't take out the bottom of that W. Right? And then it pulled off and it gave us a measured move, and then put in our larger W. So the same sort of deal. It comes down and it doesn't take out our invalidation, then that's nice. If it does take out our invalidation, then we're just putting in a deeper right side. Dominance, this is the 4-hour chart on dominance. I figured it was way too much having it on lower time frames because there was so much volatility. But I think most people are just trying to figure out, are alts okay today? And I think the 4-hour does an okay chart. There's an okay sort of time frame to see that. So we've had a decent rejection off of this level, but we need to break down underneath a bunch of stuff before we can start getting comfortable. It's a nice start though. We're already starting to show a bit of weakness on the 15. If you were trading this on the 5-minute scalp strategy that we talk about, you'd be out of position right now. Would have got out at what, 105.5, and you're just waiting for your 13 EMAs to cross again. If you shorted off the strategy, then you're in the beginning of a pretty decent short, I think, here.
I actually did, and I actually did use that strategy.
Nice. I mean, it's like, even if you're not using the complete strategy, just keep that 1350 cross in the toolbox as a confirmation. You know what I mean? At the very least. It was really strong. And simple, most importantly. Right? 5 seconds to check. 1 second to check.
Yeah, all the other strategies for this kind of like market condition, the strategies that involve like too many like too much criteria don't you like it's hard to get a good trade out of it, but that one's really simple, like for momentum.
Yeah, we're just momentum trading at this point. So we get direction. Be right back. Give me a second. I'm back. Yeah, market Cypher has been bugging out on Bitcoin high time frame, bro. Look at this shit. This is a 2-day. Yeah. No, I gotta find it. I saw it in passing, and it was, man.
Well, what I was gonna say about the 513.50 strategy is like you could draw. I wasn't expecting an immediate recovery, and like you can draw a trend line, like as it starts to sort of gain its footing again. But then when you get to that point where you're like, we're gonna lose it, or we're gonna hold the support, then those moving averages come in clutch. Like when they meet up at that same point, then you get that confirmation.
Yeah.
As soon as it starts to show weakness, then you're like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, we're probably gonna lose it. Or like the other thing is like you trying to short like because we've had a lot of like momentum to the downside over the past couple days, but trying to short now based off of that, whereas everything's fallen so much already, it's like you can try to short resistance, but it's like you put a line on your chart and you're like, all right, well, where's the last time we like went sideways for 5 minutes before just dropping again? So you don't necessarily like, or me personally, I don't necessarily want to just like put a line and short the resistance because it might just blast right past through it because it's been so oversold. But when you see, oh, okay, like looks like we got rejected there, and then you get the momentum confirmation, you're like, okay, the momentum to the downside, I can chance to short here. And then when you do, like, if and when you do lose like a trend line or whatever, and your momentum is still down, like it ends up being really helpful. In this sort of like unsure parts of the chart where you're like, what's it gonna do? Are we gonna hold it? Are we gonna lose it? It's pretty insightful in those moments of like,
Yeah, gives you that confirmation. Also keeps you in a trade longer than you normally would. There's a lot of fake outs underneath the 50 that most people would instantly take profits on. Just waiting for that 13 sometimes keeps you in long enough for the trade to actually cook. Look, this is the so this indicator gives you green and red dots on the 5 and 13. Right? 13 crosses, one candle confirmation, turns green. Crosses, one candle confirmation of the red, turns red, right? This is the 513 on the daily for Bitcoin. This is by far the laziest you could have been. Just on this last sort of push, right? You would have picked up 85. And you would have picked up 59. And you would have got 59 to 98. A couple of choppy ones in there. Picked up 26 to 64.
yeah, that last one at 74, that was pretty good because it's like it broke the trend line, and then you're like, okay, so is it gonna be a real breakout or is it gonna fake out? Once you get that momentum shift, you can go long instead of trying to long a falling knife. Like I bought the falling knives on spot all day, but when you're trying to actually go long on perpetuals, that confirmation there is a good like, okay, we did reverse,
Yeah. Yeah, it's the best when you're already in a trade too. You're already in a trade and then you get that confirmation and you're like, okay, breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah, you can even move your stop loss up a little bit and be like, yeah, stop loss in the profit.
Isaac, just because we broke that uptrend, we've got plenty of liquidity underneath us. We flipped bearish momentum on the 1 minute, 5 minute. It's moved its way on to the 15 minute. Right, we're losing momentum. Momentum trade, you just trading the momentum, less predicting, more reacting. Neve, what you can do, you know how sometimes when you get those really explosive moves off the 50 and then you retrace, like there's a big retracement that happens before that 13 ever crosses the 50. So what you can do sometimes is, obviously when you get a big move, the big move is the big explosive move should always be taking profits into. And then when your 5 crosses your 13, that could be a little trigger to peel a little bit off, right? Maybe 10%, 15%. Just as a sort of inkling that things are starting to go down. And then you can use your 15 and your 13 and your 50 for your runners, right? Okay, if this happens and we get there, then I'm officially out. And you can decide whatever you want that to be. If you're feeling really aggressive, you take 20% on the move up and take another 20, 40% when the 5 crosses the 13, and then you leave that last bit as a runner. There's a bunch of different ways to do it. It's not financial advice. It's more just technical advice on how to use the... Right? Like, let's say on this move here, your 5 and the 13 cross. We're on the 15, but just pretend it's the 5. Or just pretend you were running a longer trade on the 15. 5 and the 13 cross, you get in a position. Price comes down, fakes out. You're not worried. Your 13 barely moved, right? You're happily in this trade. But here, you get that big expanse up. See what I mean, Neve? You get that big move up into resistance. This is a natural place to peel some profits off. There doesn't have to be anything to trigger you to see that. It's just natural. You could put on your volume, right? You could see how your volume decreases after your first bump. You could, but let's say your first profit gets taken there, your instinct profit taking, right? Profit taking, feeding the ducks while they're quacking. Then your 5 and the 13 cross right here. And maybe you peel a little bit more. And then you leave a runner to see if there's going to be a recovery. If there's no recovery, then you end up taking the rest of your trade here and you're gone. You know what I mean? You picked that up with some percentage here and some percentage here. You do that 10 times a day, you'll be all right. What's ETH doing? Ugh, come on, ETH. We need you to get up into that 50 cloud. Like, don't do that. Don't just give us like a skim. I need proof that you're not gonna get over that. Couple days, man. Couple days. We'll see how it turns out. Freaking guns trying to give me a heart attack. So, as bad as guns did on the way down, which I mean for a low market cap, it makes sense. Right? There's like no floor there. But for as bad as it did on the way down, recovery is pretty technical. When you're
What's
looking
going on,
at
fam?
what's going on, bro? When you're looking at your alts right now, it's a good opportunity to go back to that V-shaped recovery, right? Like a couple days ago or whatever, however long ago it was now. As that was V-shaped recovering and you were watching your alts on the portfolio, you know the ones that like weren't moving. You had some that looked good, but those ones that just didn't do shit. That was a good dry run, right? That last V-shaped recovery was a good dry run for people to get into the alts that they wanted to get into, that they hadn't been able to get into, that they still wanted to get into. And if your alt really didn't do much, you know, you might have some hard decisions to make. Unless there's a reason for it, you know? But if everything else in the narrative sort of moved, but yours didn't, then it might show a lack of interest. That was enough, or if it needs to come down to that. I'll see. Looks like XRP is moving. Curling up a little bit here. Let's get it. It's got a nice little road paved ahead of it. Come on, give me some liquidations. There we go. I mean, that looks nice. You just got to make sure that dominance keeps doing that. And that Bitcoin at least goes sideways for a little bit. Or else it's going to take all the steam out of that XRP pump. Next daily close. Every daily close from now until the weekly close is going to be crucial. Did you see my sort of long play for this, Mike? For the next week? I'm going to keep pulling this chart up until it cements in everybody's head. Last weekly close, we got that really good stopping volume candle, or that really good doji candle that we wanted, right? But at the end of the day, it is an indecision candle. But we closed above that weekly support that got rid of those bearish divergences and sort of fixed the macro chart for us, right? So that level is crucial. No weekly candles underneath there. Right? We don't want to break that structure on the macro. So no weekly candles underneath 104.47, which means we have what? All right, we've got 1 day and 21 hours left for us to figure. Damn, it's already been that long since the last weekly candle. There's no way in hell. That's got to be wrong. That's absolutely crazy, bro. Weren't we just here rooting that damn weekly candle to close above?
Yep, that's what it feels like.
Holy shit. Nah, time is moving too fast, bro. Anyways, so yeah, in a day we've got to make sure that this candle at least closes above. Preferably the daily, this one specifically in the next 20 hours, preferably we want this to be a bullish engulfing. Even if it's not, it's fine. What we can't have is we can't have any daily candles closed below here, below 1024. So we can get some drops intraday even next week, but our weekly candles have to close above here and our daily candles can't close below. So this right here is basically the only range that matters until we figure out exactly how this is going to play. This bottom line is the 50 EMA on the daily. We don't want to lose the 50 EMA on the daily, or we go after these vectors. We go after these vectors in like mid 90s, the bears are gonna come out of the woodworks. So we did close yesterday's candle nice. Remember we were talking about, so now that you know that that was the play, right? You can come down, can't close the daily underneath, need to keep the weekly above. Look at how nice our last daily candle played out. Right? Super clean. Back up to the close, big long wick. Pause. So now it's the job for this. And it's the same for every coin, right? Look at Doge. That daily candle yesterday, we ate it all up. Today, unless we're gonna go wick discovery, we need to close above. We need a wick under is fine, but we've got 20 hours to close above and give us a bullish engulfing. The good news is the bullish engulfing won't be that hard because it's not a massive candle. The bad news is we started in the wrong direction. Whatever coin you pick, H bar, same thing. Pin bar candle, we want this to be a bullish engulfing. Right? Any coin you look at, AVAX. Pin bar candle, you want this to be bullish engulfing. Dasmi. Pin bar candle, you want. So these candles came down for the most part and hit their supports, hit their 50s, hit their vector recoveries. So today's candle has to confirm those moves. Or we'll go into wick discovery on all of them. Take it easy, Sin. Yeah, you can pause the pause. Somebody pauses something that was like really a stretch, where it's like, wow, your brain made that, yeah. But it depends on who you grew up around. My neighborhood was ruthless. You had to watch your words. You call your boys and be like, yo, come outside. Hey, yo. Bro, what are you saying right now? This guy's crazy. The Rock started it. Started in Harlem, but The Rock popularized it. That's been a Harlem game for a long time. Old Harlem. Nah, Gary, I've been Dbloc since I was a little kid. I was always outside when I was little. our whole floor, basically, where I grew up in my projects, parents all knew each other. Kids always played together. So we were constantly outside. And I was that one kid that was just always outside. So whenever anybody came to look for me, they'd be like, he's outside, he's on the block. He's on the block, he's on the block, he's on the block. And whenever I'd come inside, they'd be like, oh, the block is inside the house. And then it just stuck and I became Dbloc. Kind of silly, but I was outside. Now later it was great because I had albums and albums and albums of theme music. Dudes just screaming my name, so that was great. Pause. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was that was a pretty crazy one. You just barely caught that one.
What matters is that I caught it before somebody AO'd me. I don't think a Fed rate is expected, Eric. The reactions come when the day doesn't meet expectations. What we have to be careful of is any sort of buzz on Twitter making people think that there is going to be a rate cut. Right? If we start getting buzz saying there's going to be a rate cut, there's going to be a rate cut, and those expectations change, then we're screwed if there's no rate cut, you know? Yeah, it's not as long as it's as expected, then we don't have to worry too much about the outcome. Well, that's where it would come from. If we get any sort of buzz that there's going to be a rate cut, it'll be from people on Twitter saying this war is instability and something's going to break and the Fed's going to call an emergency meeting and you know what I mean? That type of shit. Yeah, I don't have anything against any other streamers except for like the obvious stuff. But if you put aside the, you know, like fleecing your community and engagement farming and taking advantage of people's sentiment, and fear mongering, you put all that to the side, they're pretty cool. There's some good ones in there somewhere. Nah, I draw them by hand, Jacob. It is good, and I don't fault anybody, but it just depends on why you're doing it, right? Like if you're doing this YouTube thing to make money, then yeah, you need to concentrate on that type of shit. Like if you're trying to just get the biggest community you can possibly get, even if it's not for money, even if you're like, I just want to reach the most amount of people that I can, you know, whatever, then it sort of makes sense to do that. I kind of prefer that we grow organically. You know what I mean? Because what's going to happen is when we do get to that 10,000 number, It's going to be 10,000 people that want to be here, right? 10,000 people that mess with each other, 10,000 people that are helpful in the chat. Be easy to just do some clips and some shorts and pay for some Google ads and just get a bunch of people in here to click the button that don't really want to be here. And then when shit goes crazy and everybody's tense, they're just in the chat trolling. And it's like a balance between trying to grow it and trying to keep it sustainable and safe for the most part. Or even if not safe, just an environment that you want to work in, right? Like we're all here working. We come to work every day. So if you let this shit get to the point where it's like you don't want to be here, then that's counterproductive. And I have to err on the side of the people that are already in the Discord, right? Like this is my family. So if you come in fresh from YouTube and you just don't mix, you know, and it's just constant issues and hours of fighting and distractions, and that's just not good for the team. So I think that's the difference, right? Like taking anybody versus really trying to just get people that are here for the right reasons. Yeah, there's a lot of people in here, Gear, that don't talk. There's a lot of, bro, there's people that have been with us for 4 years, 5 years. I've never heard their voice. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some people just aren't comfortable talking. Some people got lives. There's shit going on in the background. They can't really be plugged in like that. But yeah, there's plenty of people that come in and just hang out. Sin, what, what happened, bro? How did that happen? Oh, you said it. All right. You going back to bed. You said an automatic trade. I thought you were going to be up for hours now. Yeah, I agree, Gear. They should let you take your emojis with you everywhere. I mean, it's all the same system. I don't see why they can't do it. Come on, Bitcoin. Give me something to sink my teeth into here. Nah, you don't. There's no email confirmation. We're Web3 over here, bro. I don't need any of your Web2 info. All you have to do is go on the verification and click the link. There's a verify page and it's got a green emoji. If you click that link, then everything should open up for you. And the entire Discord is open right now. Like the premium side and everything is open. It won't be forever, but it is for now.
Yeah, I finally got my yellow dot.
NZA, it's a personal indicator that's based off of my trading strategy. It's not on TradingView. There's a copy of it inside the Discord though. Yeah, I'm Dbloc. I got you, Matthew. Hold on. Yeah, definitely find me in the don't. Yeah. Scammers everywhere, so if I message you first, just ignore it. Not me. Just make sure you look at the name. It's gonna these scammers are like dblock dot eth, dblock dot eth dot shit like that.
Yo, D-Block, do you think that we will stay above support and demand?
You've got some time, sir, but soon. If you guys are already in the Discord and you just need your Cypher family role, this is the link to the WAP store that sends you your role. It's just a $50 one-time fee, and then you guys are stuck with us forever. What happened, Nardo? Yeah, it says you have your friend tag here. That means you came into the free section and you verified. Yeah, if you guys did get in the Discord and paid and still don't have your friends role, just send me the verification message that you got, or just like screenshot the receipt. You got it, Matthew. Isaac, if you want to pay in crypto, you can message me. I don't want to message you first because of the scammers, but find me in chat and message me, and then we can work something out. I think on WAP you could pay with PayPal and Cash App and a bunch of shit. But yeah, if you wanna pay through crypto, we'll find out the cheapest way to do that. Something with some low gas fees.
Why don't you set up a Halio Paylink using the Sol network?
Yeah, I could use a crypto payment of some sort. It would probably be less work for me.
It's all automatic.
Yeah, that's
basically.
what I mean. Probably be way less work. Put it that way.
Can't you do a tip jar too now on YouTube?
What happened?
Can't you do a tip jar?
There's like super chats, super stickers, things like that.
Hey, Dbloc, what's the likelihood that we break that support and demand?
I mean, it's possible. We run out of the sort of thickest part of our gas at that point. And it is, it's like an SR flip, right? It's where we got resistance, where we caught support. It shouldn't be that easy to break, but it's possible. It just depends on how strong we come down through here. I don't see a lot of will to sell here. What I see is market maker trying to convince retail to sell so he can grab these liquidations, but they don't really seem to be biting, right? If you look over here, there's no real vectors, right? So there's no draw. Really just the liquidations. Tiny little bit of a vector here, but that's not even, that for the most part is already mitigated.
So what would we be looking for to find another long?
Give me 1 second.
All right.
YouTube just gave me some pop up. Guys in the chat, let me know if you get a commercial. I think I just pressed the wrong button, thinking it was something else. Let me know if you get a commercial in the next couple minutes, like if it just switches to commercial midstream. Yeah, the SEC gave them a green light on their reserve. All right, cool. Oh yeah, let's see how long it takes us to get to 6K. I think 5K was really that that top of the hill. It was like the hardest to get to, I think. Although from 4K to 5K went pretty quickly. I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Boo.
Dbloc, what's the meaning of SVC? Okay, never mind. Just